can be reduced from 30 to 20, but definitely a minimum 20. But we'll let you know.
Kunal Pandya, the new batsman. Make it interesting for us. Two Pandyas at the crease. Left-handed batsman. Still a youngster, only played 15 List A career matches. High score 78.
We've seen what a dynamic duo the two brothers were for Mumbai Indians in this year's IPL.
Towards you. Just a touch, tiny bit, you got it. That's leg. Okay, batsman is coming left arm over. 4 balls left.
Just going through his routine before he's about to face up. But also good reward for the bowler. He's plugged away and he's been very accurate. Big appeal as the batter goes down to look to reverse sweep, but this time a judge not out by the umpire. Just looks like it hit him outside the line of off stump.
Saraf has been impressive in his last 2 or 3 overs. Haven't been able to score freely of him. He's just taken the wicket of Huda. The main thing now, try and put as much pressure on the new batter.
Oh, and he decides that he's not going to hang around. He hits this one nice and sweet over the bowler's head and goes for 4.
Straight sweep. He's obviously been sent in to do a job. He looks to be aggressive. Second ball will try the reverse sweep. This one straight over the bowler's head. And gets 4.
This time again he charges the bowler but doesn't quite get all of it. Slide outside half of the bat down to long off. As it concludes our spell in the commentary box, to replace us is Kobus Pienaar and Dumisa Makalima.
Yeah, thanks, Priya. To bring us to the business end of the first innings here, as India have got a very, very good platform there, 233 for 4, with 8 overs to go, 6 wickets in hand. So anything can happen here. You can straight away see that Pandey came in and he showed positive intent, and he's not going to look to hang around, and it's definitely some exciting cricket coming up for us here from Pretoria.
Advances. Pitch short, helps it around the corner towards dig backward of square leg. And they will get the boundary that they've been looking for.
Yeah, we've been talking about getting pace of the wicket and finding it tough to get the first couple of balls in the middle of the bat. But if you look at Krunal Pandey, he definitely doesn't struggle. He already got the pace of the wicket. So he can add the Afghanistan bowlers here to the back end.
You get the feeling it's going to be an exciting last couple of overs here at the end. Nicely done. They are running hard. He's tapped and he's come back. Good running.
Yeah, we always talk about this latter part of the innings, is what time are they going to go to bowl death bowling and look to get the balls in the block hole. But having a new batter at the crease, I think it's right to hit the back of a length as hard as you can possibly. I think it's just a little bit short at the moment. So let's see how they adapt towards the latter part of this first innings.
Getting his field placings in place here. Man on that leg side boundary, patrolling that area. He's come down the wicket again. 1 or 2 shuffles. He's tapping. He's looking to come back. Yes, he's coming back. Is this going to be a close one? Makes it comfortably back.
Yeah, very, very good running there with the 2 batters there. Quick call, early call, turn quickly. And that ball, to give you indication, that ball didn't get to the 30-yard circle. So very, very good running to get 2 runs there by the Indian batters.
Do feel that Afghanistan have bowled well here on occasions. Just daily let themselves down for those missed chances, a couple of missed fields there and there, which can make a huge difference to the scoreboard. Do feel that India have been let off the hook here once or twice. But it's how they're going to finish though. Captain is still there.
Yeah, 8 runs of the first 3 balls here. Bowlers a little bit under pressure here, and it can easily become a big over now. And it's that big overs that create momentum going into the back end.
Neatly done down the ground. Do you think there's a total at the back of their minds here, Kobus? There are 142 after 42 overs. Still another 7.2 overs left.
Yeah, I agree with you, especially with the captain at the crease now. He'll definitely have a clear plan and a clear idea of what sort of idea they have. I always feel like if you look at the last 7-8 overs here, if you look at the runner ball, you can have a pass score and add a boundary per over there. Then you can easily work out more or less where you need to be. And that's a nice way to look after the process of getting there.
He's come down the wicket here, Captain Manish. Showing some aggression. He's taken control of proceedings here, Pandya. 62 of 71 balls. He would like to bet deep to this innings, making sure that he's right there at the end so that he can boss the innings around. Big hit! It's up in the air. He hasn't quite gotten all of it towards the mid-wicket boundary. He'll come back for 2. It is the end of the 43rd. 2:45 for 4.
Yeah, if we look at the projected scores there, as we are, the current run rate 5.7 per over. They're going to get to 285, 6 and over 287, 8 and over 302. I personally feel with wickets in hand, they have to look at around 310, 320 mark from here on in to be nice and competitive. But I'll make sure they'll have a good plan in place to get to that.
Sharaf to continue. Nicely flicked towards the leg side. They're coming back for 2. They've been running well, these Indians, today. And I think he would have made it comfortably.
Yeah, it just shows there, Pandey just shows off. He's just got the power hitting of boundaries, and he got the touch where he put that ball into the gap there to get it 2. And that just shows what type of player he is. He had a bit of a taste for the main side. And if you look at the batters they got in India now, he needs to score big runs to state his claim to get back into that full India side, and that's a good way to show what he's capable of doing.
They have 6 wickets in hand. Captain is on 64 of 73 balls. Pandya is just getting going. Quicker delivery, playing a miss.
Yeah, Sharaf's last over here of his spell. He's been very good on Sunday against South Africa A, and he's good today again. And he'll definitely look to close his spell off well and potentially get another wicket here.
Another tap towards deep mid-wicket this time. Had a little bit more on the ball, so they couldn't come back for that too. Left and right combination, keeping the Afghanistan players busy, chopping and changing field placings. Big heave. Mistimed. Don't get a single out of it.
One thing is for sure, is looking to entertain us, which is a good thing for us. We always need to see that. And the setup they got, he got a bit of leverage to go and try and score as maximum as possible.
That's the end of the 44th. 2:49 for 4. Sharaf has completed his spell of 10 overs. He's gone for 48, picking up 2 vital wickets. They've been steady, the Afghanistan bowlers. Sharaf, as I said, picking up 2 sticks. Nawaz picking up 1 wicket, going at 6 runs and over. Ramat is always at a say, going at 6 runs and over, picking up 1 wicket. They will look back though at the end of their bowling innings and ponder about those missed chances.
Bowling change from the University of Pretoria end. Farid, the left-arm opening bowler, back into the attack here. He's going to go over the wicket to start to the left-handed Pandya.
Playing a miss. I can say he's very fortunate to get away with that though, because the mid-off is right in the circle and now he's only going back. It's not the length to bowl. He is putting up. The third man is coming into the ring, putting back the mid-off. So that means that we're expecting nothing short. It should be quite full on his legs. Oh, neatly done. He's just opened the face slightly. Wrong line to bowl again, wrong length. Just opened up the face and let the ball run right past the man at short third man.
Yeah, serious skill there by Pandya. What we always feel here is, and we mentioned it on Sunday and previous occasions before, it's all good to have a plan, but your execution of your plan at this point in time is very, very important. At this field, you can't afford to leave the stumps and you can't be short, so you've got to make 100% sure. And now they're changing it again and sort of chasing the ball now. The third man is going back down and mid-off is coming back into the circle, which makes it very different for the bowler and very difficult to make sure they only go for singles.
Straight back over his head. He's played this superbly for 1 bounce 4. As Pandya. Farid struggling with direction and consistency since he started bowling this morning. Not sure that the captain has made the right choice to turn to him at this time of the game.
Yeah, it's tough when you go for boundaries both sides of the field at the moment as we speak. He went behind square and he went in front of square there, so he's definitely missing his length by quite a long way. Look at this field, he needs to attack his pads, attack the stumps and get it nice and full to get down to the leg side boundary.
He's come down the wicket again and he's repeated the same shot, this time wide off long mid-off, who is up in the ring. So he's playing a risk-free cricket shot. They need to do some deep thinking here, the Afghanistanians. If he's going to be bowling those sort of lanes, he needs to put the mid-off right back on the boundary, have his third man up like it did before, and get it full, nice and full and straight, according to the field that he's just set.
Yeah, it's definitely not towards the plan. Now he brought a cover sweeper up, so it's even harder now. Open up the offside field again.
He's tapped and he's run towards long mid-on. They're coming back. They've been running well, these Indians. It's a good throw that's coming in, but it's just wide. Credit should go to this Indian duo. They've ran well together, and they've put the boundary riders under pressure.
Yeah, that's the first ball where he took the pace off a little bit and actually bowled towards his field. If you just look at the way he went about things, he just created pace on the ball for the batter, and it was easy for him to hit through the line, and that just helped. If you look at this partnership, 35 runs with 21 balls, coming at very good pace, and that's why we said that 320 looks a good score to achieve.
He's gonna again, great cover drive, but it's well fielded. He's out his crease by a long way, but he's gonna make it safely back. End of the 45th, 263 for 4. That's how it's gone thus far, according to the highest overs. See that last over being the most of the innings, going at 14. Just showing the momentum that the Indians, which they're slowly picking up. They've got the captain who's in with his counterpart Pandya on the other side, who's also in, and it has enforced the bowling change. They're going to bring in Ramat, who has been very decisive and has shown a bit of control.
Pandya played it nicely into the onside there for a single. It's quite a big ask from his captain to bring a leg spinner in on a 46 over for one-day game, especially against a left-hander where the ball is going to turn into his arc, his hitting zone there to the high performance center. So let's see, hopefully he got something up his sleeve to stop Pandya of getting another boundary.
Oh, trying to be clever there. Playing in a mess. You're absolutely correct. It's quite a risky move. Bring a leg spinner, unless you are Imran Tahir, of course. Short and wide, it's been cut. It's a freebie. It's going to beat the man who's coming around. One loose ball, and they get the 4 runs.
Yeah, it's a poor delivery, but straight away you can see he's just trying to keep it outside the off stump to protect that short boundary on the mid-wicket area, and he just went too far away, and he just succeeded to get the boundary through the offside there. So tough on the bowler here, but let's see how he can react coming back with that boundary.
Short, played a miss. Missed out on that one. Short again, cut straight to the man this time around. Yeah, I wonder how hard it is for Ramat to turn this ball. It is rather cold out there. I know the sun is out, but there's a chill in the air. The ball giving a little bit of air till the leg by.
Yeah, it's a very good over if you look at a leg spin on the 46 over. Only went for 6 runs there. 269 for 4 after 46. So you can straight away say he didn't want to go fuller for the left-hander to hit him through the line, so he bowled the ball a bit shorter into the wicket. So he got away there. 4 overs to go. There you can see all good partnerships so far, and I hope for this one to kick on. The reason why they're not on 300 yet is maybe one of those partnerships need to go a bit bigger, but sufficient partnerships. So let's see what these guys can do with 24 balls to go.
Big partnership. Aya and Pent. 70 of 78 balls. Pendia and Huda as well, 78 of 82 balls. Has been the two partnership that has given this Indian batsmen the momentum that they've been looking for. Change in bowling, I think, which is wise, considering the way Farid has gone about the previous over, and actually his whole spell just showed a bit of inconsistency. But Nawaz is back in the attack. Big hit, short of the length, front foot pull, 6 runs over deep backward square leg.
Yeah, very good hit by Pandya. I just can't see the plan of the bowler and the captain at this point in time. If you look at the field, there's no clear identification of what they're trying to achieve here. So it's just a back of a length ball at the back end of the innings with no clear plan, and a very good strike by Pandya. Absolutely, I can't agree more. If anything, the way the field is looking, that they should be bowling straight and full. And I haven't seen enough slow balls as well today from the Afghanistan men. He's gone again, and this time he's gone even wider. Off backward square leg, he's gone towards the mid-wicket region for 1 bounce 4. Pandya really climbing on Nawaz here. And that brings up the 50 partnership between these two. They've batted well. They have shown good momentum, coming just off 30 balls. Been good batting between Pandya and Pandey. Under pressure here, Nawaz. Where is he looking? He's gone again for the big hit. Doesn't quite get the connection this time around. Bit disappointed. Very disappointed with himself, actually. Wanted to go a little bit straighter. 11 of the over thus far. The over only halfway. It's always the perfect idea here by India, who set up the platform for him to come in and play this way. If they were 6 down earlier, he had to play differently. So it's good batsmanship so far by the Indian side.
Big hit. Same as the left-hander. This time it's the right-hander, Manish Pandya. Short of the length of the front foot pole. It is going a maximum of a deep backward of mid-wicket. They are really putting Nawaz under pressure. 17 of the over. And there's still 2 balls to go. This is undoubtedly the biggest over of the game.
Yeah, with 2 balls to go still, I just still feel there's no clear plan. He needs to go fuller or take the pace off. So a little bit of trouble, but don't take anything away from the Indian batters. It's been real good strikes and real good timing. And Pandey showed us why he's the captain of this side and why he played for the Indian side so often before.
It's the only way these inexperienced bowlers at this level are only going to learn is if they get a proper pounding. And then that's when you start to sit down with your bowling coach and start to ask questions about different plans. Why are we bowling to certain fields? How should we execute? It's all in there. But Pandya is on song at the moment. Full toss this time. It's gone straight to long off. That will stay for the single.
Yeah, there it shows. The low full toss is harder to hit than that length balls. And from my point of view, at a young bowler here, he didn't play on Sunday. I just wanted to see 1 or 2 of the senior players or the captain just to have a bit of a chat with him and just to find out what they are doing and just to sort of have a clear plan of where they want to go. And I just feel he's been left in the deep here. It's been quite expensive. Overs 18 already with 1 ball to go. And he's been fighting a lone battle at the moment. So I just think for the future it's important for him to get a bit of assistance and a bit of guidance from senior players and his captain at this situation.
Absolutely. This is a time where somebody needs to just give him some kind of encouragement. He's gone for the big one again. Doesn't quite get the connection that he wanted. Let's throw through for a single. And that will bring the end of the 47th. India 288 for 4 wickets.
And is he bowled 10, Sam? What's the number again? 17. And is he bowled 10?
Oh, look at that last over there. It's painful. 20 runs. Nawaz went for. And it's given India the momentum that they've been looking for towards the end of this innings.
A new bowler to finish off proceedings from that side, Ibrahim. I think he'll bowl the last 2 overs from that side. I fully agree with you. That last 5 overs, if you have 2 overs of 15 runs plus, it just puts all the emphasis and all the momentum of the batting side going into the break, and it just takes the game away from the fielding side as we stand.
He'll have to bowl that one again. Chopping and changing the field around. Short third man goes back to the boundary. Deep Kweskwele comes into the circle. He's gone short and he's slapped. And there's a man there, Deep Kweskwele, and he's taken a brilliant catch. Absolutely outstanding.
Yeah, that's a very good catch, and it brings the end to Pandya's short, brisk innings, but a very, very good innings of 47 runs of 26 deliveries.
He absolutely smoked that. It was short, wide, a slap on the front foot over originally where a point would be, but there's a man back at the boundary. He's run around and taken a very, very impressive catch, launching himself to his right, Ishan, to get rid of a brilliant brisk innings from Pandey of 47, facing just 26 balls. And the score is 289 for 5.
It brings a new batter to the wicket now, Vijay Shankar, the right-handed batter, and he won't be on strike for the first ball.
Next one, please, sir.
That's leg stamp. There are 5 balls left.
Still 17 balls here left. Oh, he's dropped him. Just nudged it back to the bowler. Launched out his right hand. And they just put him down. Imagine what a difference would that made
Away from me.
to this end total. That was the captain, Manish Pandya.
Yeah, 16 balls, 2 new batters in there makes a massive difference to the back end. But I must say, we asked for plans, and I'm really impressed with what Sharif is doing here now. He came back to this morning, he held his guns well, and he came back here again. He got a clear plan to what he want to bowl, and he bowls towards his strengths at the moment, which is good to see from an Afghanistan perspective.
Well bowled. All he could do was angle it down to short third man, which will put his skipper back on strike. I think that is the idea now at the back end of this innings, that the captain must get the majority of the strike. He's on 74 after 80. He will be trying in vain to get as close to that 100 as possible. Slashed! Short and wide. And he's done this all day. Managed Pendia at bid point comfortably to run away for 4.
Just too much room there once again. See, as soon as he leaves the stumps for a batter who's in on this wicket, it's just like so easy to free your hands through the ball. And it's important for him now to stick to his guns, attack the stumps, and make sure he bows to his field. If you look at his field now here, you've got long on, deep at the wicket, and deep square there. So there's no chance you can go for a boundary on the offside through point region.
I totally agree with you there, Kobus. You can almost see the mindset of the field. It's a good idea to have such field placings towards the back end of the innings, but the execution is vitally important. You have to know where you are. You want to pitch the ball according to the fielders you've set. Now the third man has gone back to the boundary. Off the legs towards deep back with a square leg.
Yeah, that's towards his plan there. He's happy with that single because he got the protection there. And that brings us to a close of the 48th over. India 8, 297 for 5 with 12 balls to go. There we look at it again, the projected scores went up a bit. The current run rate 310, 6 and over 309, 8 and over 313, and I think they'll be looking between something between 8 and 10 and over now to get close to that 320 run mark, which we thought is par here today.
Just need 3 runs short of that 300 run mark, which is psychological. A big heave. They are running hard. He's going to turn this down. Rightfully so. Get the captain back on strike. They moved on to 298. 11 balls rather left.
It's important where we are now again. If you look at the field, he needs to go full. He needs to try and attack the Yorker line and shouldn't leave the stumps here because third man and fine leg is up in the circle.
Slash outside off stump. Doesn't quite get hold of it for a single. Yeah, one thing we would like to have seen quite often from the Afghanistan bowlers is that change on pace, especially when you've got batsmen who are in, who are coming down the wicket, showing initiative. A change of pace usually just distract the momentum of the batsman. Big hit. He has cleared long on with ease. Clean stroke.
It's a very good shot and there's no better way than get a bit of momentum. I agree with you. As you said, it's a used wicket and a surface they played on again. Any sort of way to stop the flow of the batter is important, and I think rolling the fingers over the ball, changing the pace, bowling it into the wicket, this helps.
And that beautiful one step and hit stroke has brought up the 300 for the Indian A side. He's tried to repeat. Stroke just manages to get an inside edge. Well done by the keeper. Was under pressure here. He's gone for 71 here. 8.4 overs. He has moved towards the offside. He has flicked this to the vacant fine leg area for 4.
Very good shot there by Manish Pandey. Walked right across his stumps, exposing his leg stump. Great position there, great balance to get the vacant area where there's no boundary fielder to get another 4. And as you earlier mentioned, risk-free cricket again. No risk to play that shot there. Very good boundary. Already 13 is over, 1 ball to go.
Batting of the highest quality here by the Indian skipper Manish Pandya, showing his experience that he is a level above. It's gone again towards the offside. This time doesn't quite get hold of it. It will go through for a single, and that brings the end of the 49th over. 1 over to go, 311 for 5.
Yeah, we've seen the same thing on Sunday with Reza Hendricks getting that mammoth 172 not out. And it just shows you the guys who had experience of playing at the highest level. There we look at the runs per 50 balls, and you can see the 650 is by far the quickest 50 by 26 balls here. And it's just the right momentum with a good foundation to the back end for India A.
Sharif to finish off the proceedings for Afghanistan. Comes down the wicket. He's laid a miss. Thought I heard something. Clearly a play and a miss from the Indian captain. He sits on 85, facing just 86 balls. He's played superbly. He's come down the wicket again. He's picked out a deep backward of square leg.
Yeah, very good execution here by Ibrahim at the back end. 4 balls to go. Let's see if they can get to that 320 or you can keep them down.
Short. A beautiful front foot pull. They're running for 2. They're coming back. The throw is just to the left of the bowler. Really running well here, the Indians, putting those boundary riders under pressure. Appeal, but you'll find that it was probably a bit too high. They'll go through for a leg by. Brings back the captain on strike though. 2 balls to go to finish off the proceedings. He sits on 86, 315 on the board. He's come down the wicket. Sliced it towards the quarter point, who's on the boundary. They'll settle for a single.
Impressive over here by Ibrahim to finish off proceedings. If you look at the scorecard now, 316 for 5. I think it was a very well-paced innings by them. At the middle, at some point we just thought they fall away a little bit, but they just rotated the strike well, and it just set up this way for them to finish close to that 320 mark.
Big heave, and he's got it in the front foot. There's a man back, but he's going to watch that ball sail over his head to finish off with a massive 6. India will finish off on a 322 for the loss of 5 wickets. The captain, Manish Pandya, finishes on 87, facing 88 balls. And Shankar, who was only out there for 8 balls, has played a brisk of an innings, earning himself 18 runs to his name.
20 minutes, gentlemen.
But it's been a trying first innings session by Afghanistan, who at times they managed to get the Indian batsmen under pressure. But the rotation of the strike and the ability to put away the bad balls really put the Afghanistan team under pressure.
Yeah, the innings Pandya played was very crucial for them to get to 322. As you can rightly see there, he played the anchor role, 87 out of 88 balls. Aya started very well with 44. Pant was impressive for his 60 or 59 balls. And then the Pandya's 47 or 26 balls was a massive emphasis for them to get to the 320 mark. And then Shankar played a little cameo, 18 of 8 balls here, 322 for 5, a very competitive total.
And there's three standout partnerships there. Aya and Pent, 70 of 78 balls, followed by Huda and the captain Manish Pandya himself scoring 78 of 82 balls. And the last partnership of 61 coming just off 36 balls by Pandya and Manish Pandya himself. And a brisk of a partnership at the end, Shankar and the captain Manish Pandya himself, 33 of 17 balls.
If you look at the bowlers there, Farid struggled a bit up front, but he came back nicely, 8 overs for 45. If you look at the standouts here, Sharaf, the left-arm spinner, 10 overs, 2 for 48, were very good. Ibrahim came back first game here, 10 overs, 1 for 58, bowled very well at the back end of the innings. The rest of the bowlers been okay, struggled a bit here and there. And Ramad, the leg spinner, were decent with his 1 for 41 of 7 overs.
That's how it stands at the moment. Afghanistan will need 323 runs to win in 50 overs. We will see you in 30 minutes after lunchtime.
Welcome back to Pretoria. Afghanistan A versus India A for the second part of this match. India finishing their first innings on 322 for loss of 5. Afghanistan need 323 at a run rate of 6.5 runs per over. India finishing their innings pretty strong. They've been hovering around the 5 runs and over, but finishing very strong. A lot of hard work for Afghanistan and their batters. As we've seen, the wicket a little bit on the slow side. To start for India from the north end is Cole. Ready for the first ball. Short and wide. For Afghanistan opening the batting. Of it on strike. Opening Javed. Janat from Afghanistan A. What we've seen so far from Afghanistan, he'll be aggressive in this first 10 overs. First power play, only 2 fielders outside of the ring.
No!
India on the attack. They've got 2 slips. Regular field on the offside cover as we speak. Slip moves a little bit wider. Moves to gully.
Yeah, it's a very good off-stump line that you've attacked there up front. It just shows batter can't do much there. I must say we've definitely seen that red headband throughout the IPL a couple of times. So hopefully he can make some inroads here for the India 8 attack early doors.
No.
He's been straight on the mark since the start of this over. Feels maybe a foot or 2 fuller, but otherwise his lines has been very good. Cole, yeah, we've seen plenty of him. He's a wicket taker. Normally swings the ball. We haven't seen a lot of swing thus far in this competition.
Yeah, if anything, it will be this first couple of balls here. So it's important for him to get the ball in the right area. And as you mentioned, a touch fuller maybe.
No!
Solid in behind that one, Javed.
If you have to be critical, if you look at Sunday's game of Afghanistan, at the halfway stage they were right in there, but it just kept losing wickets at critical times. When they started building a partnership, they just kept losing wickets, and I think that's important from their approach, how they're going to get to that 320-odd score, is to make sure that they create partnerships and 2 guys batting together for long periods of time.
Just a little change in the field. I think they've seen there's no swing. The gully goes out. He's into cover. And a much better length made him to start the proceedings here. Afghanistan yet to score. A really good start from India.
Yeah, it's very good captaincy from Pandey also there. He realized there's not a lot of swing, so he put the extra cover catching in there, and straight away he realized that he just saves the over and protects the over, doesn't go for any runs, and straight away pressure on the Afghanistan batters going into the second over.
Got that.
Shiraz opening the bowling for India from the other side. Nice and tall fella. He's got straight away 2 slips in. Right arm seam bowler. Starts off with a wide, also gets Afghanistan's innings off and running.
Now, we so often talk about setting the trend in terms of the start of your bowling. And if you look at the previous over, everything 100%, and Siraj just struggled a little bit. So hopefully he can find his line and length as soon as possible.
On the legs, worked in the air. Wicket number 1 for India. A little bit unlucky for Ishan. It's not his best delivery. Flicked it off his hip. Only manages to hit it straight to fine leg. Doesn't miss the opportunity. Afghanistan lose their first in the second over. 1 for 1.
Yeah, he'll be very disappointed with that. If he hit the ball, I think he fought boundary on the way here. And it just shows you sometimes good balls don't always get wickets. So a bit of luck there for the India A side. But nonetheless, 1 for 1. Straight away you can see very disappointed with that. That's the end of his day. Unfortunate for him. Get caught on the boundary there, on the fine leg boundary.
Yunus Ahmad Sai coming in number 3 for Bangladesh. Yeah, as you say, Gobis, it's not always the good deliveries, but the batter will feel hard done by. Down the leg delivery, flicked it. He would have thought boundary as he look up straight into fine leg's hands.
Nice and attacking field here by Pandey. 2 slips in, so hopefully bowlers can back him up.
Beautiful delivery. Little bit of swing there for him. A little bit of shape. So that's the reason he's got 2 slips in.
Yeah, it's good to see the 2 slips there. If you look at his run up, he struggles a little bit to get to the crease, but it's definitely a bit of zip when his ball hit the wicket there. So it's definitely always a reason why guys using the new ball. And there you can see the 2 slips.
And on cue, he pulls up. A little bit of struggle with the run up.
Bit of a false start, as they sometimes say.
Oh, I haven't seen him bowling before too often, so nice to see if he can keep it up, get those slips into play. Finds the outside edge on the bounce. Well played, soft hands. If you look at his run up, a little bit of a starter one. Not sure if it's what he does or it's his run up normally. But all these things happened at the crease. It looks to be strong at the crease.
Yeah, it's good you mention it because Farid from Afghanistan also struggled early doors from this end. So hopefully they can sort it out.
Swing and a miss again. Full and wide. Make connection. Certainly a little bit of shape for him.
If you look at the score of 323, what do you sometimes feel is the right way to go about it? In terms of this first power play, only 2 guys outside. I suppose you have to make inroads there, or you're more of a believer to sit back and take it deeper.
Beautiful bowling. Yeah, it sort of depends. I mean, India had a fairly slow start. They had 43, I think, after 10, so it's a fairly slow start. I'm a believer as a player, as you see, if it's there to hit, you have to go. There's only 2 fielders outside of the 30-yard circle. There's a lot of gaps, a lot of boundaries to be had, but also try and get through unscathed, not more than 1 wicket down. As we speak, gets width, crashes it through the covers. That's Bangladesh's first boundary. Give him it width. Taking advantage of that. Afghanistan 5 for 1 to the second over.
Yeah, just over-pitched that delivery there a little bit. Not enough swing there, no trouble there. And straight away you can see, leans into it, and a very good shot through the offside for 4. Always nice for a batter to start your innings, opening up with a boundary. Nothing wrong with that.
And also, coming up for the bowler, as a swing bowler, you don't mind that. Maybe a little bit too much width, but you don't mind players driving while there's a little bit of swing.
It's not a bad ball, but it's a bit of a nothing ball there. If you look at that length, it's just easy for the batter to sit back and defend. The last 2 balls of the previous over, he just pushed him a little bit fuller and he just dragged the batter forward, which can create a bit of trouble here.
He's running straight down breeze. Sometimes it can have an effect, especially on the run-up. The length you were looking for, Kubis. Sort of drags him that in between length. Batter not sure. Coming forward, hanging back. It's the business area, and that's what you're looking for with the new ball.
Yeah, it's become a bit of a joke in South Africa, but Jacques always said, how do you get batters out? And he said, if you hit off more often than not with a quick bumper, you take the guy's feet away and you're always in business. And there's a lot to like about the action and the run-up here. So definitely feel if he gets it fuller, he can be a handful.
Inside edge. And it almost feels like this wicket hasn't got the pace we saw on Sunday. Not that it was pacey, but a little bit more carry in the wicket. So that's one of the reasons why I feel you've got to take advantage of the new ball with the 2 fielders outside of the circle. One of those got to play the situation, and I feel take advantage of the new ball. Short, pulled, like half a chance. He got a hand on it. Pandya got a hand on it. Looked like a chance.
Yeah, he moved very well there. Got his left hand towards the ball. He moved nicely. Full stretch dive there. Very good effort, and would have been a very good wicket there. Just showed there the short ball. Take his speed away there, exactly as we chatted about. And a very good effort there, but unlucky there.
Worked off the hip. Yeah, it was what we've seen on Sunday. We haven't seen much of Afghanistan, but they team that likes to score boundaries. We felt that there's one thing they can work on is rotating the strike. We've only seen a boundary and a wide, no singles as of yet. Almost done with the 3rd over, so that's certainly something Afghanistan needs to work on.
Yeah, we just had the feeling that they're not prepared to go for too long periods without scoring, and then I look for a boundary. We finish off the 3rd over there, Afghanistan A 5 for 1. And a very good start here by the Indian bowlers.
We see India a fantastic knock by Pandya, their captain. Part of the deal, they got to 322. Also a great cameo by the left-handed Pandya.
Yes, very good length there. Just what we asked for on an off stump there. But a zip there, definitely going to get the 2 slips in play there.
Beautiful delivery. Beats the bat again. Feels it's on through the inside of the bat.
Looks a difficult guy to face, Siraj here. Definitely not as much energy in the run-up as you see, but when he creates pace of the wicket after he delivered the ball, you know you're in trouble as a batter. So definitely a handful at this point in time for the Afghanistan batters.
Inside edge again. Really good bowling. On a placid wicket. Slow wicket. He's rushing them a little bit.
Can definitely see the 2 Indian opening bowlers are still young, tall and lanky guys. If they're going to put a bit of muscle on that bodies, they're just going to be able to have good, strong, long careers.
Straight drive, misfield. He scampered through for the single.
Next up, please. Thank you.
Forward defensive. Really good areas. One feels Afghanistan is going to have to build a big partnership to get even close to that target of 322 from India A. Well, inside edge, squirts down to fine leg. Just a couple of this over. It's the end of the over. Afghanistan 7 for 1 after 4 overs.
Yeah, as it go now, if you can straight away see there, from 46 overs, Afghanistan need another 316 overs, 6.87 runs per over. So the more dots the Indian bowlers can bowl now, the pressure is going to get bigger and the runs per over is going to get more. So just going to require from Afghanistan to play higher risk cricket at a later stage of today.
Short, pulled straight to the fielder. Cole, he likes to try and test her halfway down the track. Short balls. He hasn't gone for a run yet.
Yeah, it's not a lot of assistance for the short ball as we see today. What's important for me now is how he's going to bowl this follow-up delivery after the short ball, just to make sure he drags the batter forward and to look for some sort of movement, if any is available.
Really good from India. I feel the pressure building. Afghanistan only got 7 after 4.2, so you can feel Something's going to happen. Somebody's got to give. Will it be Afghanistan? Or will it be the bowlers? I feel the batters under immense pressure.
I just get the feeling that Javid is quite a strong front foot player. He doesn't really give himself any room going back to score the shorter deliveries.
Cole doing a fantastic job for his bowler. Yeah, a lot of experience. IPL experience as well. Yet to concede a run.
That's a wide.
Down leg called wide.
Just earned 2 straight there, just looking for a little bit too much there. Considered his first run there, but it's been a very impressive spell. Opening spell so far by Cole here.
Over extra cover, giving him a bit of width. Fully obliges. Second boundary of the innings. Giving him chance to free his arms. As you can see there, a little bit of width. It's gone a little bit fuller. The batsman obliges, hits him over extra cover.
Very good backup delivery there. A little bit straighter, not leaving that off-stump line. And straight away, back into that forward defence. What we've seen on Sunday also, that Afghanistan's batters are not scared to hit the ball. It's just a matter of those in-between balls, how they can get better to get off strike and to build innings. That's an important part of their development phase, where they need to go to be competitive at this level as a future test nation.
Good finish to the over. 5 runs from it. Afghanistan 12 for 1 after 5 overs. Here we see the tri-series. South Africa beating India by 2 wickets in the first match. India beating Afghanistan by 7 wickets. And the game you saw on SuperSport Saturday and Sunday. South Africa winning by a huge margin, 164 runs. Quick single run.
A very good start in the field by the Indian fielders. Looks very athletic and they get into good positions and they look quite active, which is good.
No one feels that India has grown in fielding. If you throw your mind back, just punch through the covers. Won't go for 4. Batters will turn for 2. Just a couple. If you think about an Indian side a few years ago, Kubas, their fielding has been really atrocious back then, and that's something they have worked on, and they have become the top fielders, not only their national side, but a lot of their teams become some of the top fielding sides in the world. And I feel IPL has got something to do with it.
It's a very good ball again on and off stump. Maybe a little bit short, but still a very good ball. I agree with you. I think Gary Kirsten maybe played a big part when he started coaching the national side in India in terms of the transition to become a better fielding side. And as we all know, batting and bowling sometimes can become tough, but if you work hard in your fielding, there's no reason why you can't improve in terms of your fitness and your mobility to get around the park and to make a massive impact in terms of one-day cricket.
Great shot, straight over the bowler's head. Couple of bounces into the fence. Afghanistan looking to get into their stride.
Very well played. They used his body nicely to get in position there to get the ball down to third man for a single. And we always chatted about that on Sunday quite a bit, to see the difference between the players who played international cricket and the guys who just new into the A side is the ability to hit a boundary and then get off strike. And I think that's a massive thing that we keep asking for the Afghanistan guys to get better and rotating the strike. And there he showed boundary, followed up with a very good single down to third man.
Great fielding at point. Really timed really well. Dive stopped the boundary. End of the over. Productive one for Afghanistan. 20 for 1 after 6. Here we see the comparisons. India only 12 runs ahead. As we said earlier, India didn't get off to a blistering start, but finished their innings really well to get to a total of 322, which one feels is still a long way away for Afghanistan. Javed. Not the contact he was looking for.
Just leaning back a little bit in that shot. He didn't really get his weight into the ball, to transfer his weight through the ball to get full contact there that he wanted. Just a little technical thing that he can really work hard to push over that front foot and to make sure he get all his momentum and all his weight through the ball.
A little bit wide of the crease. It's nicked, but it's a no ball. Cardinalson getting a wicket for no ball. Clear outside edge. The bowler's overstepped. All he's getting for that is having to bowl that again, and it's a free hit coming.
We've seen Farid from Afghanistan also being guilty for 4 front foot no balls, and in the modern game, it's such a big negative towards the team. Look at the field now, straight away spreading out on the 30-yard circle, and so easily a batsman can get a boundary here and start to find some momentum going forward.
Back at the length, swung over, deep square leg, runs to the boundary. It's got cut off, good fielding, only 2. that free hit. Because I hear what you're saying, but the main thing for me there is it's another wicket. Free hit is one thing, but these days coaches do not like no balls, especially not wickets off no balls.
Yeah, and as a frontline bowler, opening bowler, that's what you get judged on, how many wickets you take. So you work against yourself by doing that. Clinical sin there by the bowler.
Change in the field, finally comes up, deep square leg goes out. Plays and miss. It's the line he got the edge from as well.
Yeah, it just shows again there, it's a very flat and a very good batting wicket, but if you get that white Niku Kabura ball in the right area, there'll definitely be some sort of assistance and a little bit of nibble around.
Another swing and a miss. It's the end of the over. 23 for 1 after 7. It's the end of myself and Quibus. Dumisa and Krier to join you for the next half an hour.
Thank you, gentlemen. A slowish start by the Afghanistan A side. Probably just looking to assess conditions nice and early, but still very important for them to ascend themselves on this game. Important that they know what the required run rate is and get that momentum going in their innings. Cole into Jonas. And a nice heavy length where it hits the stickers of the bat on off stump. Been really impressed with this new ball attack of India. They've shown good aggression. They've kept hitting the wicket and they've bowled to get wickets. They've kept their slip in there, which shows clear intent and aggression from their side as well. Oh, confusion as about. Oh, he would have surely been out had there been a direct hit. But a wonderful piece of fielding by backward point. The batters, Javed and Yunus, meeting in the middle just to discuss a little bit of confusion they had there. But a very fine piece of fielding.
It's one way to break a partnership. Playing a miss. Steady start from Afghanistan, 23. Just for the loss of 1 wicket. Usually an aggressive side in terms of they tend to find boundaries quite easily. But I wish that they could take a leaf out of the Indian batting, rotating the strike at all times.
Nice and straight line here as well, bringing all 3 modes of dismissal into play there though. LBW, bowled, caught behind and in front of the stumps as well. So absolutely, Dumisa, we saw in that first game where Afghanistan played against South Africa, their natural games is to be very attacking and aggressive. So I'd like them to stick with that. Take the bull by its horns here and really give themselves a good chance of chasing down this big total.
Playing the miss once again. Yes, that's a better option. Let that go. Still early on. Wickets in hand is vital in this form of the game. Yeah, just a bit far away from his body to get any sort of control.
Huge hit over long mid-on. And a beautiful strike by Yunus. Dispatches Siraj over mid-on or long on boundary. And that's more like it. That's more their natural game. Very important to put the pressure back on the bowling attack here.
Yep, we saw on Sunday how strong these Afghanistan players are. They tend to clear the boundary with ease. It's never a problem in their game plan. But it's more important now to keep rotating that strike. If they don't find the boundaries, bit of wind here, weather is changing. Once again, started off as a very cold day in the morning, then the sun came out. A bit of cloud gathering.
And there you see the worm of the two sides. Just a slow rise there by the Afghanistan side, but a very nice progression if you look at that India A worm. All the way to the top to a nice total of 322. And they would want to avoid as many of those white eggs as possible.
Javed on 14. Taking his time, face 32 balls. Shouldn't panic at this moment. It's early on. Can always catch up in this form of the game. See off the new ball. Work the spinners around in the middle order of the game. Big hit! Straight up in the air. It looks like it's got the elevation and the distance. We're just waiting to confirm from the umpire whether that has cleared the boundary. It went straight up in the sky as if it was never going to come down. Brad White is also confused. Surprise, surprise. That brilliant stroke was worth a single. He got underneath it and smoked it straight up in the sky. Oh well. So it's a game of cricket.
Yes, Kahul has been the pick of the bowlers here for me for the India A side. In his 4.2 overs, he's only gone for 10, but he's also created a few chances. I know the one unfortunately was of a no ball, but he's looked to bowl with good rhythm. There's been a bit of lateral movement off the seam, and he's bowled really nicely. Just looks like both Javed and Yunus are starting to ascend themselves. Here we go again.
Beautifully hit straight to the man. Just want to actually have a look at that ball where there was sort of a confusion where it was hit miles up in the sky. Just didn't seem to never come down. It just looked like Brad White only signaled that it was a single.
Yeah, slightly bizarre. I think all of us were waiting to see a signal, either 4 or 6, but I think the batter was expecting a boundary as well.
Good bowling. He's running hard here. Cole has gone for 10. Approaching the end of his 5th over. Making it hard for the batsman to score. Offering no width. Showing good energy. Should not be concerned though. The Afghanistan batting lineup, as long as they've got the patience to be willing to get deep in this innings.
Just a nice little late cut down to 3rd man, which ends the 9th over. Afghanistan A 32 for 1. And as we have a look here, he had a full swing at that and it went miles in the air. At first we thought the fielder was going to get under it, but it plugs like a good old 9-iron. And the fielders can only complete what looked like a single.
It did not cross the boundary at all. That deserved like a 12, the way it went up straight into the sky. Short and pulled. It's as simple as that. Conventional pull shot. Rolled the wrist, cleared the square leg. Couple of bounces to the boundary for 4.
Another important boundary within this first power play. Of course, after 10 overs, the fielding side can have 4 fielders outside the 30-yard circle. And there are only 5 more balls which Afghanistan A would like to capitalize on.
You'll have to bowl that again.
Just a few extras starting to creep into the India A's bowling attack. Other than that, they've been very disciplined. And as we see a change in field, another fielder goes into the mid-wicket area, and I'm sure the bowler will look to bowl a slightly straighter line with this field.
He's dug that one in short again. Batsman getting underneath. And he's been widened again. He has to bowl that again. He's done that because they have dropped the square leg back to the boundary following the pull shot that transpired 2 balls back. So he wants him to have a go again because clearly he thinks he's a happy hooker. It's a good contest, this. He's gone up in the air
Straight to
again.
mid-wicket.
Giving it away. He has given it away. Soft dismissals are not going to help Afghanistan, Kruger van Wyk.
Absolutely not. Yes, unfortunately, he looks to play his natural game, where it is aggression, I suppose. But both the captain and the bowler were on the same page there, where they decided they want to bowl a straighter line to the batter. And this time they did have a straightish mid-wicket in the ring and a very nice catch by the Indian A's side. Just to show the importance of taking your catches as well.
Happy Indian outfit. Worked towards the plan. So after facing 39 balls, Javed Ahmadi goes back to the pavilion for 21. It is 38 for 2.
The incoming batter, Rahmat Shah. As Afghanistan are in deep strife here at 38 for 2. Only a 24-year-old, as we've seen the case with most of these A sides. Quite young players, but very exciting as well. So a nice opportunity as we look at his List A career.
Yeah, you're on it, that's middle.
Highest score of 108. And for Afghanistan to get really close, he would have to beat that highest previous score of his. So important innings for Ahmad Shah.
Looked good on Sunday against South Africa. Looked solid. Good all-rounder, can bowl spin. Leggies. Full and straight. Well driven with confidence. I think that's been the concerning part with the Afghanistan batting. Something that they're going to learn in the future. There's no doubt in attack they are clinical. They can clear the boundary at ease. They can play the conventional pull shots. It's the ability to rotate the strike in between the boundaries.
That's a very nice delivery. Dragging the batsman forward. Yes, I think it's important, as you see with a lot of very fine batsmen around the world, that batsmanship of having the ability to hit your boundaries but rotating between. I think that's the one thing that takes a lot of pressure off you individually, but also gradually grows the score. So the rotation together with the boundary options do become very important. Nice and full and straight again to the new batsman here by Siraj.
That is one way, sometime to get all the help that you want. The umpire is getting involved there with the bowling.
Obviously some good advice. Very good over by Siraj. As Afghanistan A, 38 for 2 after 10 overs. And that completes the first power play as we head into that crucial middle period where I'm sure some slow bowling will come into play soon as well.
That's how the power plays have panned out. First 10 overs.
You want leg stand?
Managing 38, losing 2 wickets. Rather soft.
Thank you. So guys, power play.
Important period, as Kruger van Wyk pointed out. 11 to 40. Skill is required. Patience. Running hard as the Indians display. There's the signal from the umpire.
Cole into Yunus again, and he's built up a nice head of steam here, Dumi. He's looked like a runaway train. The longer he's bowled, the more rhythm he's got. He's into his 6th over already, as the captain decided that he'd like to bowl a little bit more extended opening spell.
Looks like he's in rhythm. Smooth run up. Hitting the deck hard. Bowling to a plan. Hitting the bed hard. That's exactly what bowling coach and the coach would like to see.
Yes, his lines have been really impressive to me. On a slightly slowish wicket or a good batting wicket, you do not want to give too much width to the new batters. That's when you give them the opportunity to free arms, but he's been tight on and around off stump and fourth stump on a very accurate lens. So he's been really quite impressive to me, Cole.
Not giving much away. Having a good look here. Yunus, 20 balls, is on 14. Cowell looks in good rhythm. Love that headband.
Absolutely, Dennis Lilly-like. Just a chip. No, just flies over mid-on. He's after it, but this time the ball wins the race. And a very valuable boundary to Yunus, just to break some of these shackles which the Indian bowling attack have created by some tight and disciplined bowling.
Oh, it almost like he just pulled out of a shot. Just got forward, it wasn't quite there, chipped it into the air, but he had gotten enough of the ball. And the field, as good as the outfield is, it is always going to roll to the boundary.
This time he goes for a slightly fuller length. That Yorker length, if he might have just missed that length, or if he wanted to push it fuller, is debatable.
Have to keep that one eye on that run rate there. Can't afford to get lagging behind. 3.8 to the over. You need a lot more than that.
My goodness, that's a huge blow. An absolute massive hit. As Cole unfortunately goes for a 6 in the last ball of his spell there, but a massive hit.
We have witnessed some big sixes here. And this one was not any different. In the slot, down on one knee. He's absolutely smoked it over deep, long on for a huge 6. As we say, that is never the problem with the Afghanistan players to clear the boundary. But that is the biggest over of the day so far. Not of the day, of the innings so far. They will need a little bit more of those to get close to that required total of 323.
As the captain decides to give Siraj a 6th over here as well. Just loses his run up in the process. Beautiful off drive and nicely fielded by the man at mid-off. Looks like the captain Pandey at mid-off just casually went down, fielded with one hand.
It's a beautiful on drive there by off drive there by Ramat. Always look good. In South Africa looked the same, looked very confident back and forth. He's got a job here to do though. Rocks back, pushes that one to the covers with conviction.
As we see a change in field again, just like the previous over when a wicket fell, the gentleman who is in a second point moves into the conventional mid-wicket area. And the ball goes exactly to where the fielder were. Down to third man. Nicely fielded as he gets his feet around it, because it's a left-arm throw and restricts them to a single.
Just one away from that 50 mark, Afghanistan. Beautiful looking cover drive. Solid. Straight to the man.
Can you almost sense that a change in pace is needed here from the Indian attack. I'm pretty sure that Captain Pandey will decide on something slightly slower, maybe one of his finger spinners. As Siraj drags his length back, and this time Yunus just dabs it down to third man again for another single. And very important here that Siraj finishes his spell off well. We saw in the previous over how Kahul went for a 6 to close out his over, and spell most probably as well, so he'd like to have learned from that and adapt as well.
Good stroke and good fielding.
That's the over.
Generally good in the field, the Indians. That will bring an end to the 12th over. Afghanistan 50 for 2.
As we see that fine piece of fielding by the Indian side. Had to dive quite into his left, but fielded cleanly and prevented a sure boundary.
That's how Afghanistan have transpired thus far. Javed at the top of the order. 21 of 39 balls. Yunus is still on pursuit on 23 after 25. They have a long way to go. Chasing a massive score of 323. Change in bowling. Tampi.
Okay, batsman change the bowler, right some over. Thank you.
Age 23 years old. Will be looking to penetrate. They inform Yunus. Starts over the short ball, playing a miss. Looked like there was a bit of gas there behind that ball.
Yes, I think that surprised even the wicketkeeper if you see the way he took it. And just take a step back after that delivery. So a nice and aggressive start by Tampi, exactly the way you want to get into your spell. The captains entrusted him on a wicket where I thought they might have introduced spin a little bit earlier, but he's come in and show real intent up front.
Playing the miss again. This time a little bit more dangerous and closer to the head. I'm not sure whether you saw any of that.
Yes, and he's getting a few taps on the back from his own team's batting. They really enjoy a bouncer or two. So yes, they might have exploited an area here for Yunus. Obviously decided for a shorter length to him after he deposited them over long on boundary a couple of times. So a good short ball that time. Let's see how he follows this up.
And forces a false stroke, what they call the Chinese cut. A little stroll for a single. Has become a bit gloomy out here in Pretoria. And Tampi is bowling with a bit of gas.
That's leg stump. Middle stump, please. A bit towards you.
I'd quite like to see a slip in here, Dumisa, to the new batter who's only faced around 8 balls. He seems to be rushing the batter, or even a gully. You know, he's looking to bash that back of a length area, and I just think it's really worth having one. You can even afford to have 2 catches behind the stumps here.
Totally agree with you. Ramat has just walked out there in the middle. Tampi has just picked up the tempo. He's bowling at good heat. Slip would be most definitely an option. I don't think the total will be a problem in terms of I doubt that Afghanistan will get close to 323. So attacking would be ideally an option. Have men catching. Short ball again. Just helped on its way towards fine leg.
Yes, I think we're going to have to see a little bit more urgency here from the Afghanistan A side, but I think India have adapted their tactics quite well as the innings has progressed. They keep attacking, and I think it's important in the modern day one-day cricket and T20 cricket. The best way of restricting is to get wickets, and it's also a very good brand of cricket to play that aggressive type of cricket.
Quick single. Nicely done, and that was thrown through for a one. That is the end of the 13th over. 52 for the loss of 2 wickets. Brings an end to our little stint. Taking you guys forward. Shohan van der Vat and Johnny Davids.
Well, thank you, Dumisa. As it stands at the moment, Afghanistan need a further 270 runs off 222 balls. 53 for 2 as it stands, with Yunus on 25, Rahmat on 2 after he faced 10 balls. So Johan van der Vat with me for the next half an hour, still within the reach, one would say.
Oh, always still in reach, but one feels you got to get a move on. As we go into a change of bowler. As Aksar left arm orthodox. But yeah, Johnny, they feel that they've got to take everything that's on offer from here on in. Only going at 4 runs and over.
Driven through the covers for single.
Thanks much.
Now it's going to be interesting how they play the spinners. That one. Just a push. Cries of catch it, but straight into the ground. Run rate at the moment for Afghanistan A is 4 runs per over. One feels that in order for them to put any pressure on the bowling attack of India, they must up that run rate, but it's not easy.
Come on, boys!
Yeah, what India will do now is they'll get through the overs. When the batters look up, another over is done with the spinners bowling. Puts a little bit more pressure on you as a batting side.
A loud shout from the wicketkeeper, and as you mentioned, Aksar finished with his first over. Just the 2 runs that he conceded. 55 for 2 after 14.
Yeah, we've seen a little bit of Aksar in IPL. He's got a lot of experience. Good start for him. Here's a look at the Worms. As I was saying earlier, India went off with a slow start. The thing about that is they didn't lose wickets. They built partnerships. And as you can see, that Worm steadily climbing. So Afghanistan needs to stay in contact with the Blue Worm.
A lot of gas for Tompi. His first over conceded 3 runs. But you could see the difficulty that Rahmat and Yunus, in order to face him, it's not as easy. He's got a little more speed than the other bowlers, a little more gas in that tank.
Yeah, something we've become used to with the late Indian sides. There's a lot of seamers. They've got a few guys who can bowl 140, 145, which is nice to see. It wasn't always like that.
Properly driven into the covers, but straight to the fielder from Rahmat. Yeah, and all of a sudden, you were talking about these worms earlier on. All of a sudden, the run rate of Afghanistan A now is 3.84. Falling a little behind the 8-ball here. And we had a conversation outside, me and you, Johan, and you mentioned the fact that these two, Rahmat and Yunus, is by far their better batters in the team. The previous games that you guys have done. Well, this one is a skyer for 6. Excellent shot by Rahmat.
Tumpy going short again. Rahmat taking it on, well in front of square. All the way for 6. More of that is needed. And on cue, as you said, these are the two best batters. Short one, gives himself a little bit of room, middles it all the way for 6. Maybe just not short enough.
Yeah, not shy to hit the big ones. Both Rahmat and Yunus. If it's in the arc, it's out of the park.
Yeah, we've seen that. They don't struggle to find the boundary, but the in-between balls, as you've seen, just the ball after the 6, feels he could have worked it maybe to third man or into the gap. Instead, he blocked it. No run. So they score boundaries easily. They just need to work on some of their skills to get it in the gaps, rotate the strike. That obviously puts a lot of pressure on the bowler.
Oh. Yeah, and like you said, 0-0-6, then 0-0 again. You must be able to keep that scoreboard ticking. It also gives the bowler a chance to bowl at one batsman, sort of figure him out and see where his weaknesses are.
Yeah, if you hit a boundary or a 6 in the first 3 balls, you've got to take advantage of the over. You've got 6 with 3 balls to go. If he bowls another dot ball, the over's only gone for 6 and doesn't look that bad. So you have to take advantage when you get that boundary in the over and make it a reasonably big one.
Very good ball. They're coming for the single. Yes, trouble. Has he made it? What does the umpire say? I think he's going to say not out. But that was close. Very, very close. This would be interesting to see if he made his ground. Well, in my books there wasn't a single on, but yeah, I think he just made it.
Very close, very good fielding as well. That over 7 from it.
.62 for 2 after 15 overs. Run rate now 4.13. Rahmat now into double figures on 10. Now just a comparison, after 15 overs, India A was 71 for 1. So just a little bit behind in terms of the runs. And also 1 wicket more for Afghanistan A.
Not a massive gap. Like we said, India also started off subduedly a little bit, but they played the middle overs really well. They kept on scoring boundaries, and they also kept on rotating the strike. It will be the challenge now for Afghanistan.
Look to give himself a little bit more room. The big difference for me, Johan, is the is the intensity with both teams in terms of fielding. India far more sort of relaxed in the field. They know what they do. You can see training, put a lot of effort and hours into fielding training. Give himself room, airborne but safe.
Yeah, that's what we come to see from all Indian sides. They never used to be like that. I think Gary Kirsten had a massive input in that, and obviously IPL. We used to see poor Indian fielding sides, but not anymore. They're all up there.
Yeah, you mentioned the IPL and the fact that guys like Jonty Rhodes is also
Come on,
in there and helping with fielding with the IPL teams. And it rubs off the rest of the Indian guys.
Darling from Akshay. Yeah, these days, if you want to be competitive, you have to have an edge on someone. And fielding is, for me, not a negotiable. It needs to be on a certain standard.
Again, giving himself more room. Straight to the point fielder. That's on the boundary. One more ball left here for Aksar. No, he's done. 65 for 2 after 16 overs. He's doing a job for his captain Aksar. His 2 overs just conceded 5 runs.
Big view there in the background of the South African Cricket Academy, the new structure, indoor nets and everything you need. Technically, everything is in there. Really good facilities here at the Pretoria University, and also used by Cricket South Africa, getting the youngsters opportunity to grow their game as much as they can.
Yeah, earlier we spoke about the wonderful facilities here at Tuks. All around us are sports fields, next to us netball and rugby. Also another cricket field not too far from here. Also the high performance center. Well, looks like the captain can't decide who's going to bowl now. Looks like Tumpy that's going to continue. Partnership, 27 runs of 40 balls. We would like to bring that closer. The balls and the runs. Yes, Tumpy. Straight past the bowler. No run.
Ahmad looking a really good player, technically correct. Technically correct. It looks like he's got all the shots. Just needs to work the ball around, but he looks a really good player.
Just looking at the bottom of his bat. Timing just not there for Rahmat in that instance. Big gap here just past the square leg umpire. But because of the line that Tumpy is bowling, not allowing Rahmat to utilize that area at the moment. Getting it through the covers, on its way to the boundary, and that's going to be 4.
Really good shot. Opened up the hands, get it through that gap for extra cover. And once you time it on this outfield, it goes for 4.
now Afghanistan A must just find a way to capitalize on that boundary. Earlier you spoke about the fact that they need to keep that scoreboard ticking. Just find a single here and there, another two, make it a good over. The bowling doesn't allow that either. Now he's utilizing that space. I was talking about that earlier, another single. That's good batting. 4 and a single. Yeah, sometimes guys with ties and a nice suit is always the team manager. I wonder if that is the case as well.
Yeah, I think that's the manager there, looking pretty smart.
Well, the India manager is also wearing a nice suit and a tie today. Just waiting for that ball, playing it late, straight to point. Standing on 27 of the 34 balls that he faced. One more ball left here for Tumpy. Skyer, but it's gonna fall safe again.
Just gonna say, get that feeling something's gotta happen. And he manages to get toe off the bat onto that one. It also is the end of the over. 71 for 2 after 17.
Almost just the toe of the bat. Doesn't reach the fielder. Yeah, it's square leg. Almost another wicket down for Afghanistan. Runs just not there in the power play for Afghanistan A. Aksar has been good. 2 overs, 5 runs that he conceded. Short, and it's a catch, an easy catch. And it's the 3rd wicket down for Afghanistan A. And Yunus out for 28. And the 1st wicket for Aksar.
Just on cue again, Yunus. Heaving it across the line. Was a little bit luckier the previous ball, but this time straight to the fielder. And he manages to loop it to the mid-wicket fielder. As catches come, it is as easy as it gets.
Yeah, he won't be happy with himself after that shot. Now he had to field Yunus, but had to put pressure on Aksar. Just not working for him today. Out for 28, 36 balls that he faced. Fairly easy catch by Iyer. Now the new man in for Afghanistan A is Nazir. Just not getting any easier for Afghanistan. Nazir Jamal, still a young man, 23 years of age. That's his first-class career. Only played 12 matches, average of 35, just the 250s.
Yeah, still inexperienced, but tours like this give you a lot of experience.
Always nice to take a wicket from your first ball. Now all the pressure is back on the batting team now.
New bat on strike slip has come in.
Oh, that's an appeal! What does the umpire say? No.
Hit it.
That is close. Very, very close.
Aksar feels that has gone pad first. Very close, definitely an inside edge there. Umpire does not agree.
Very good shout by Aksar. Umpire doesn't want anything to do with that. That would have been massive for the team of India. Just having a look at it again. Maybe an inside edge. Easy single.
Agree. Little inside edge maybe. Bat first. As Nazir gets off the mark, he'll be happy to get to the other side. A lot of pressure on him. Been put by Aksar. No reviews. Would have been probably been reviewed, but looks like an inside edge.
Excellent over by Aksar, just a single and the wicket. 72 for 3 after 18 overs. Run rate exactly 4 runs per over. Now the last thing that Afghanistan wants now is for the other batsman that's in at the moment, that is Rahmat, also to lose his wicket. Then they will be in a heap of trouble. Still Najib, Shafaq, Farid, Nawaz, Ibrahim and Sharaf to come.
That's one leg. Guys, come here, out some over.
The man with a guess. Close, that one.
Yeah, also put a slip in for him, for the new batter, Nazir. Survived a massive shot against him. We've played a lot of cricket. When you get into situations like this, everything feels like everything is happening quicker and faster. Overs goes by quick. Just can't seem to score the runs.
Oh, that's a good shot. Not going to reach the boundary though. Going to turn for just 2. Yeah, Jan, you must find a way to transfer all the stuff that has been put on you as a batting team. You must transfer that back to the bowling team. Not easy. Easier said than done though.
Yeah, we must remember Afghanistan haven't got a lot of experience playing against these top sides. India really experienced players, South Africa as well. So this is new territory for them.
Managed to keep it out again, Nazir. good leaf. I would love to see the speed that this guy is bowling at, Tumpy.
Yeah, even though the wicket is pretty slow, he gets it through to the wicket keeper quite quickly. We'll have a chance on probably Tuesday to see. Not exactly sure, but there's still a long way to go. Tuesday is the final. One feels that it will be India against South Africa. Long way to go though. Afghanistan can pull this one out the fire.
Oh, coming for a single, yes, trouble! Oh, if he hits, would have been close.
Massive mix-up in the middle. A little bit of a stop-start. Zia slipped. Eventually got home. All's well, it ends well. Wasn't pretty though.
Oh, this was close as well. Looks eventually will manage to make it. Single to end off the over. 76 for 3 after 19 overs. Run rate exactly 4 runs per over. Just hovering there and there about for last half an hour or so. Just a comparison, India were on 91 for 1 after 19 overs. Afghanistan 76 for 3.
Yeah, that gap beginning to open up a little bit. This is the middle part. Always as easy to work the ball around when the wicket's a little bit slow, but India has shown you can score.
As I mentioned earlier, they must find a way to transfer that pressure back onto India. But Tampi and Aksar doesn't make it any easier for them. Give himself room, no run. Easy single.
Johnny, this is what we spoke about with the spinner, and if you don't score the runs, half of the over is already gone. It happens very quickly. So when you as a batting side look up, another over is gone. Goes by quickly. Slip goes back into position.
Just can't find a way to score any runs off Aksar. One feels the pressure is mounting here on Afghanistan A. Run rate now 3.8 with one ball to go in the over. Just the 2 singles of this over. So after 20 overs, Afghanistan A 78 for 3. Now for the next half an hour, it will be Creer van Wyk and Kobus Pienaar.
As we see the India bowling card, Kahul and Siraj really set the tone for a very good bowling performance thus far. Kahul to me was the pick of the bowlers, unlucky not to pick up any wickets, and as we move into this phase where the slow bowlers come in, it'll be really interesting to see how Afghanistan, because they're going to have to up the ante a little bit here.
got a bowling change there from our performance centre end. New bowler Shankar, right arm, medium fast. PJ Shankar, 26-year-old, right arm, medium fast. Let's see what he can dish up for us here. Game in the balance here. Something needs to happen in the next couple of overs to take it one way or the other here at the University of Pretoria Oval.
Just a slight little dab down to third man, and Nasir picks up another single. One would feel, however, that singles will just cause a slow death here for Afghanistan. Really like to see these two who've faced 33 and 13 balls respectively just up the ante a little bit here.
Yeah, as we always say, any wickets just sort of stop the flow of the game a little bit.
Absolutely, and those are two batters who know they've got to bat a lot quicker. You can't just go about it blindly. You've got to break it down on the plan, and I think the easiest way just to get themselves going here would probably to start with ones, get a lot of singles, gain some pace, gain a bit of flow, and from there on they can up it again.
Very good single down to third man there. I think it's also important, we said the lack of pace in the wicket is you can't really leave the stumps. As soon as you leave the stumps, I just see it's so much easier to rotate the strike and to get some sort of runs. And we were very critical about Sunday's Afghanistan's innings where they were hitting a lot of boundaries but nothing in between, and it looks like they made a massive call to try and improve that today.
No!
Yes, I think a little bit of credit must go to the coaching side. I think from the morning when they've arrived here, you could see they definitely had a debrief. They definitely had some discussion about how they wanted to go about performing or the tactics they wanted to play. I think the important thing is to have tactics, but execution is always more important than your tactics. And that's probably where things have just slightly lacked thus far.
Yeah, 100% agree with you. If you look at Afghanistan in the back end, we just didn't feel they had any plans there. And if you haven't got plans, it's hard to execute it. But as you rightly said, even more so to execute your plans. What I'm looking at here now is, from an Indian point of view, their seamers have been very good in executing their plans, not getting any room and bowling at back of a length where the Afghanistan guys can't really free their hands and hit through the line of the ball.
Very good short ball. Absolutely. You know, you must give these seamers credit. You know, they've summed up conditions, and like I say, he closed his over out with a good short ball and a slow wicket. Takes Afghanistan to 80 for 3 after 21 overs. And as you'd get the view from a batter just through the grill of the helmet, here's the points table in the A try series. South Africa on top with 10 points after collecting 2 bonus point wins, and just below them India A, who've also played 2 games. They lost the 1 game to South Africa A, and another game up for grabs here of course today. Afghanistan would love to get a number in that win column, but they're going to have to play very well from here on in.
Another bowling change here from the University of Pretoria end. Basil Tampi just from the other end.
I think a good area if they want to start looking at different areas where they can get boundaries is, we've seen the Indian side really hit straight, almost target that side screen and make the side screen your friend. It's the biggest gap and almost the easiest option when you hit over the top. This field straight is pretty up, and it also sometimes takes that variableness out of it. And as we say that, the captain adjusts the field and pushes along on back.
Yeah, straight away I feel the Indian bowlers are going to bowl a lot straighter now and attack the stumps a bit more with this field without the cover sweeper.
Good heavy channel there by the bowler, Tumpy. Still has a spring in his step. I think a lot of us also predicted that the Indian slow bowlers would very much come into play this afternoon, but you know, credit to their captain Manish Pandya. His seamers has bowled well. They have found something in the conditions, and sometimes it's so important not to be too predictable or just do exactly what the opposition did. Seamers are doing a great job for him here.
Easy single down the ground to a vacant long on area. Murdoch just runs across and pick it up. I must say this Basil Tumpy is quite a strong Indian bowler with a very strong arm, and as I earlier mentioned, they would love to see at what pace this guy is bowling. Definitely cranking it up into the high 130s at the moment.
Nice and tight lines again with a heavy length, but they just slowly started to almost squeeze the life out of Afghanistan here. Very, very important that these two batters look for ways of getting going. Just transfer some of this pressure that the Indian side is putting on them. As that run rate goes up, the required rate at 8.5 now. So with every dot ball, India knows that rate would approach the double figures as well.
Played it nice and late under his eyes. Low risk down to third man. Just shows again that as soon as you leave the stump, the batters can get off strike. I just feel the situation is at the point now where the Afghanistan batters need to target some sort of area to get a boundary and to put pressure on the Indian bowlers. Otherwise, as you said, it's just going to be a slow death and it's just going to get out of hand here, and the rate's going to get to double figures soon, and they will be nowhere back.
Last ball of the over has a huge swing to the straight mid-wicket boundary. Long on comes around, puts in a big dive, but unfortunately the ball just evades him. And 4 runs to Ramat, who definitely shows a little bit of intent now. The score moves on to 86 for 3 after 22 overs.
Just look at the replay there. Just got himself into position nice and early to free his hands through the vacant wicket area. Hopefully we can see a bit more of that.
As some of the netball ladies just prepare for their upcoming season as well, and enjoying some fine cricket here today at the University of Pretoria as well. Just some fitness exercises. I think bowlers have a close watch. Oh, a French cut. Beats the keeper and is inside, and a much needed boundary once again for the Afghanistan A side. Slightly unlucky for Shankar the bowler, but nonetheless 4 runs that's being added to Afghanistan total.
Yeah, back-to-back boundaries. Hopefully that's the start of a bit of a momentum shift towards the Afghanistan way. Bit of luck there, as you can see the ball moves a little bit. Try and look to play it too fine down to third man. The old Chinese cut for 4.
गया था कंपनी में, मैं उधर गया था। Red ball.
Bowler just losing the ball on his way to delivering it.
Takes quite a skill to bowl the ball backwards at times.
Absolutely. I think some of his teammates are just asking him to bowl it a touch fuller. Another late cut down to third man. Been quite an efficient area for the Afghanistani side. A lot of balls have gone down there for singles.
Just sense a bit of sloppiness there by the Indians in the field, and it's important for their perspective not to sit on that big total and to keep looking to take wickets and to try and create new initiatives of how they're going to get the next wicket and make sure they're proactive in terms of the captaincy and in terms of their bowling plans here.
Yes, it's almost a very nice time in the game for a captain to get involved. You know, to be slightly braver with your field placings, almost forced to bring the field up, go with slightly more attacking fields. I'm pretty sure that will create more chances for them as well to pick up wickets. Almost forces the Afghanistan batting side just to take more risks as well. So I'd encourage them to bring long on up, be aggressive. Let's see them take it on.
Yes, 1 or 2 boundaries over mid-on might create a wicket, and that's what you need now. At the end of the day, another wicket here, just put that nail in the coffin even more so.
Oh, beaten. Very nice delivery. This time a fuller length by Shankar. He's pushed back the Afghanistan batters with good heavy length deliveries and odd short ball, but this time he goes fuller. He induces a false stroke. Some very fine skills here by the young man.
Yeah, he's not express pace, but he bowls a heavy ball and he bowls the ball into the wicket, and it just shows there's still a bit of life in this wicket if you hit the right areas, a bit of energy into the wicket, and something definitely get created there.
Just one pass point. It's deep cover boundary comes in to clean up. At the completion of the 23rd over, the score moves to 92 for 3. The match summary today. India A amassing a mammoth total of 322 for 5. The standout performance there by the captain Manish Pandey, 87 not out. For the bowlers, Afghanistan bowler Sharaf was probably the pick of the bowlers at 248. And in reply, Afghanistan A currently 92 for 3. With Ramad on 26 not out and Nasir on 12 not out. Desperately needing big totals.
Got a bowling, yeah, we've got a bit of netball here. Training for the upcoming season. Oh, that ball is right in there. Very good skill there. Every sport got a different skill at a different time. Very good from her there. Got a bowling change here from the University of Pretoria and Krunal Pandya. Let's see what he's got up left arm spin for us here today.
A single down to deep cover. I'd quite like to see Krunal Pandya and Akshar Patel bowl in tandem. I know they're very much two same bowlers, but I think it would be something different. Normally captains go different types of bowlers, but sometimes just to be unconventional, go two of the same. You never know.
Yeah, I agree with you. Before the batters pick up their eyes, they can see 10 overs gone by, and then they're going to find themselves in deeper trouble.
Very good control thus far by Pandya. Seems to be bowling a fuller and straighter line. It's also an option to take that point fielder out and get him in a catching cover and bowl really straight here. Seems like the misfield. Just a little bit of sloppiness by the Indian side. We've been very good so far today. Let's see if a piece of misfield maybe creates an opportunity here.
Very well played, good balance there, down the ground to long on. What I liked about that misfield is he did it 100%. At first he went in there and he stopped the original single there, and unfortunately missed it with a bit of a bad bounce. But still the attitude and the intent towards it was very good. That brings us to the end of the 24th over. Afghanistan a 95 for free.
What did he say, Sam?
As we look at those worms, the Afghanistan worm probably needs an energy injection a little bit, just for it to go a little bit more north. I think if you see the 3 white dots, it's probably caused the slight downturn. So they'd be looking to desperately get that worm up above the blue one. As fine leg comes up into the ring, Sanju Samson. Shankar now starting his 3rd over. As we have a bird's eye view of the field there, we can see that fine leg is coming to the ring, mid-off, cover, point, and a straightish mid-wicket. These are the fields that we're looking to save the single here. Big appeal, it is given him. Ramat looks to go back and play probably 2 square, and he's adjudged LBW.
Yeah, he went right across there, tried to get into that vacant area, the deep square. Maybe just played a little bit in the wrong line. Looked there, looked a touch high, might be a little bit unlucky there. But nonetheless, seeing the back end of him.
Yes, Ramat Shah. He faced 47 deliveries for his 28. Probably also just a little bit how a lack of intent catches up with you. There's old saying, faint heart has never won a fair lady, so it's very important for these players coming in to be nice and positive.
New batter making to his crease, left-handed batter. Najibullah Zadran, wearing number 1 at the back of his shirt. He played a little cameo Sunday against South Africa. He's very clean, he does a cricket ball, so let's see what he can do today.
Yes, he showed us what he's capable of on Sunday, where he really took the attack to the South African bowlers, deposited a few big sixes, so he'll be looking to play the same type of game, but just for a lot longer.
Away from you quite a bit. Quite a bit actually, okay. Touch more, you got it. Just a little bit. Little bit. That's leg. The batsman brought some over 4 balls. Coming around, thanks. The batsman coming around to you.
Good to see a man behind the wicket. Stopped by Gully. Shankar picked up his first wicket there to bring Najib to the crease.
Yeah, it's nice to see mid on and mid off up in the circle, and just to see and make it a little bit harder for a new batter to get off strike and to get his innings going here. Definitely a little bit of nerves and a bit of heavy feet to start off.
As we see the slightly short of a length delivery, just hit the bat high up on the splice, And it's a tactic the Indian seamers have used relatively well today, bowling that shortish delivery to the Afghanistan batters.
Great line again on that off-stump line, and doesn't give him anything to work with there. What impressed me so far about the Indian A bowlers today is every bowler who came in when the captain asked him to bowl was ready, and they hit their straps from the start. There was no settling in overs or a couple of bad balls to get himself ready. So it's been very good so far and very professional from their point of view.
Over it. Thanks.
A tidy over by Shankar. Afghanistan 95 for 4 after 25.
Yeah, if you look at a batting card there, a couple of stars at 21 from Javid, a 28 from Yunus and a 28 from Ahmad. All three of them will feel a little bit disappointed. A couple of stars, they got used to the pace of the wicket and then sort of give it away. Ahmad may be a little bit unlucky, but it's important for them, the last two recognised batters here, to make sure they get a big partnership between Nasir and Najib.
As we see that change by the Indian captain, getting 2 men in at cover. Very clear that he's looking to change his pace, hopefully deceive the batter here with a bit of change of flight, caught cover. Of course, just the natural variation sometimes of the bowler's wrist position or conditions. The one will slide on, one might spin a little bit or hold. A couple of modes of dismissal come into play.
I must say, it's a handy cricketer, Pandey. He came in and played a little cameo today, batted like a superstar. Close to 50 of a couple, 20 odd balls, and he came in by left arm spin. Very good all-rounder.
Down to short fine leg. As the batters get through for a single. Yes, he's a fielder who offers a lot to the team. He offers something with a bat, with a ball. He's very dynamic in the field as well. Nice and tall wrist finger spin bowler as well. So it'd be nice for him to extract a little bit more out of the surface. So interesting angle he's looking to take from around the wicket here as he brings cover up. He obviously wants to bowl a more leg stump line, so a slightly more defensive line.
Easy single there, a little bit too straight there. That line around the wicket to the left-hand batter, not 100% too sure about that.
Very nice bowling.
That's over.
Another tidy over that goes for 2 runs from Krunal Pandya. Afghanistan 97 for 4 after 26. If we look at the bowler scorecard here today, a lot of bowlers who've bowled really nicely. The pick of the bowlers for me, someone who didn't pick up a lot of wickets was Kahul, but Siraj in the wickets column, he picked up 2 for 29. As we're slowly starting to see Akshay and Pandya gaining ascendance within this game. Good short ball. Sliding down leg, but not called a wide. So just a slight change we've seen in the field here. Not sure if it's purposefully, but the fielder was previously at gully was sort of more at a run-saving position, slightly deeper and squarer. He's come a little bit closer and finer now. It just shows a slightly more attacking option of looking to get wickets.
Yeah, that's very important. What's good for me to see about Shankar is just a right-arm medium pace bowler, but he gets his short ball up, and in a good area above the shoulder, which makes it difficult for the batter to play and to control.
Follows it with a two-card trick of a short ball and then a straight Yorker.
Yeah, it sometimes gets predictable, but what's good for me about that is just to see the thought processes behind the bowlers. There's some sort of plan, and as we always say, you've got to have some sort of plan to be able to execute something. Otherwise, you're just going to go there and bowl deliveries and hoping for results that might not be able.
No.
Ease. Come on, ladies and gentlemen. Easy.
Very good length there again. Doesn't give him anything to work with, and it just shows here again the batter will have to change something to score some runs freely here.
This time a single for Najib out to deep cover.
Come on, let's go, yaar. Energy up. Chalo, khatam karenge aaj. Come on, boys. Come on, guys. Siri. Shankar ji.
Short, pulled him on, who tidies up the catch there. As the pressure just starting to tell an Afghanistan batter. After 4 dots and a single, the batter's dismissed. And Nazir goes for 14 of 30 balls.
Yeah, it's becoming a very good spell here by Shankar. What he lacks in pace, he definitely makes up for, and skill and thinking. That's a precision short ball again there. And he rushed him a little bit, he didn't expect that, and he gave him his second wicket here. Nasir Jamal, 14 of 30 balls. He'll be a little bit disappointed with his day's work, but at the end of that,
Next batter in, we've got the captain and wicketkeeper Shafiqullah Shafaq, a slightly more experienced cricketer, 36 list A games, without 100 to his name. It's very important for him to take some leadership here and steer his side, not close, hopefully over the line, but a lot will be expected from him here today. Krunal Pandya to continue.
been very accurate so far, Krunal Pandya. Didn't give him anything to work with. And now again, another wicket. Just going to put different perspective to the batters to see where they're going to look to score.
This one just slightly too straight. Looks like it got some thigh pad on that delivery. And the umpire confirms that with 2 leg byes down to long leg.
I want to ask the same question again here. The 5 down here. Left arm spinner to left hand batter bowling around the wicket. Don't you think if you go over the wicket, he's going to have a little bit more chance of attacking and a little bit more options of getting this wicket?
definitely. I'd like to see him come over the wicket. Like to see him use a little bit of rough that there is on this used wicket and open up the offside field. Let him look to drive through that offside. I mean, even if it slides on straight, brings in the stumping and outside edge and slip, but also that LBW and bold. I just think it brings more modes of dismissal into play.
Yeah, and the 100 is up for Afghanistan A. 100 for 5 in the 27.2 overs. It's been a slow go so far.
Batters looking for a quick one, but some sharp fielding by the leg side fielders by India A. Slowly but surely squeezing life out of Afghanistan A. As that completes the 28th over, a nice and tidy over by Pandya. Afghanistan 100 for 5 after 28. To replace us, Dumisa Makalima, Nguyen van der Woudt.
That's how it stands thus far. They're on 100, losing 5 wickets. Slowly falling apart here, Afghanistan. Crucial batsmen getting starts, but just not converting. They find themselves in a very, very difficult situation. Just a matter of time. India closes this game down. Short and wide, missed out. They've bowled well, India. They've strung in some good overs where they've been very difficult to get away. I think from now on it's all about just being consistent on your disciplines.
Straight off the legs. Leg by. Yeah, not cheap. And he manages to score 2 runs. 16 deliveries. Needs to up that. There's no need to stand. You can't win it. You can't draw this game. Can you? You've got to try something. You've got to up your game. Unfortunately, it's not happening at the moment. Shankar. Short. Really good spell from him. 2 wickets for 9 runs of his 4.5 overs.
Yeah, very impressive from India. They've been using that bouncer quite regularly from the time the innings started. Something we haven't seen quite a lot. Just takes the batsman's feet away. Can't really commit on that front foot. Full on this occasion, driven, good fielding. Disciplines are very important at this time of the game, especially for the Indians. They can see that they've got this game in the bag. It's all about maintaining those disciplines throughout the innings. Captain Manish Pandya led with the bat, and he's led a pretty good outfit here today.
Yeah, India also know it's not going to come easier come Thursday. Thursday, of course, they'll be playing South African A. For you to join us, we'll be also live streaming on SuperSport. Can't wait for that one. And to move on feels those 2 sides will play each other in the final as well. But yeah, India knows, and the main thing here is to keep your Keeper discipline's strong. India has been very good in the field, in the air, and also on the ground.
Now the harsh delivery climbing up by the head. Difficult to play. All he could do was just fend it off. Fortunately, it fell to no man's land. Still one more ball to go. Correction. End of the 29th, 102 for 5.
There's the fixtures. This is today, Afghanistan, India A. As we said, Thursday will be a very good game. South Africa A, India A. And Sunday once more, and Tuesday will be the final. As he punches it down the ground for a single.
Yeah, that's really one to look forward to. It's going to be competitive. Afghanistan loses this game.
Just a fraction
Slightly
away
going
there.
that way. They're pretty much going to be out of it. So it's a big game on Thursday. India fell short of South Africa on that day. But I'm sure there's a lot that they've learnt from that game and which they have applied in this game.
Yeah, just worked on the leg side. Yeah, one feels they know they're going to play each other in the final. So getting momentum, getting one on top of the other is going to be important. Swing and a miss. A little bit of width and unable to get contact. Pandya only gone for 7.
Yeah, they will look back on this tour, Afghanistan, and analyze the areas where they could have done better, hopefully have learned from the teams like South Africa and India. And I think one department they'll definitely highlight is the rotation of the strike. Oh, you don't obviously see that, but he's played that superbly. He bowled a bouncer. Keeper standing up. It's a spinner, obviously, but the batsman just leaned back and helped it on its way. There was no way that it was going to be stopped, and it runs away for 4.
Never seen it. He played it. The ball went between the batter and the keeper. Keeper not happy, as expected. Sense a bit of frustration for the Indians because of the way Afghanistan is playing. Just blocking it out. It was also the end of the over, 108 for 5. But to me, that's interesting. I've not seen that. I've seen spinners bowl bumpers, but I've not seen it been played like that. Puts the keeper mostly under immense pressure.
Now it's the last thing you expect as a batsman. Keeper standing up, spinner. Yes, you do expect an arm ball there and there, but a bouncer played it superbly.
I think you remember a guy, everyone remembers him, Shahid Afridi. Another block there. When he played for Griquas at one stage, he bowled a couple of bumpers as a spinner. And what was interesting about that is bumper was clocked at 130 to 135 kph. So it was almost quick as the openings bowler. So he was a handful for the batter, but mainly for the keeper.
Yeah, a lot of fast bowlers will take that pace at any time. 135 to 140. That's good going.
Yeah, they could get it through. A few spinners remember. I played with a guy, Phil Simmons. Some of the guys can remember. And he said Cole Hooper, the famous West Indian cricketer. We'll get to that now. Short one. Mix up. He's back. And he told us a story that Cole Hooper in nets was quicker than half the bowlers when he came over a full run. Yeah, Cole Hooper obviously was an off spinner, so he was just too lazy to run the full run. So there's a few of those. Right, back to the game.
Short ball pulled. It's going way down, fine leg, and it's going to elude the man for 4. And it's a no ball as well, which means it's going to be a free hit. That's showing a little bit of frustration here. The Indians can understand. Naib has been on the other end there on 8, facing 25 balls, showing no intention at all to score. Really frustrating the Indians here. It is a free hit. He's hit that out the ground. Beautiful strike. Stepped back, came forward, got underneath it and cleared long on. And the boundary for a maximum.
Really good shot. Shows they can get the boundaries. Opened up. Hit it. Great swing of the bat. Watch out. Close to our cameraman there.
I'll tell you what, Johan, I would love to see the Afghanistan playing a shorter version, the 2020 game. The way they are hitting the ball, they don't have a problem clearing any boundary. I think they'll give most teams a run for their money.
Yeah, they just struggle, as we've said numerous occasions, that rotating the strike. But, I mean, it's the experience they'll pick up on this tour, and it's something they certainly, if they want to go forward in their cricket, they need to up that and work on that. Full delivery this time. End of the over, expensive one. It's 10 coming from that one. 119 for 5. 31 overs. There you can see confirmation. I said 10, 12 runs of that over. You feel Afghanistan need a lot of those to get back in this game, which at this stage looks a far cry.
Well forward. Solid on the front foot. It's not what's needed at the moment. Strike rotation. Hits that one straight to point, giving himself room.
To me, that's how it goes. You block and you block and you get a loose one. You in such a hole, you hit it straight to the fielder. And he works it. Been blocking it. And the time you get a loose one, you hit it straight to the fielder. How many times have we seen that? That's what's called playing yourself into a hole.
Yeah, I guess for them it's one of those times out in the middle, but you gotta use them wisely though. There's a stifled appeal. You gotta use them wisely. It is still a 50 over game. There's still 109 balls to go. Knock the ball around. Practice your skills. There we go, quick single on the offside. Show more intent. And that's the end of the 32nd. 121 for 5.
Here we see the comparison. That's a red worm pulling away from the blue worm, falling behind quite a lot. India with a great finish to their innings. You can see the incline. They finished off real strong. As we have a change in the bowling. Huda comes straight into the attack.
Deepak Huda has been introduced to the bowling attack. 22 years of age, young man. Gentle off breakers.
It's not bad stats those. Average of 21 and a half. And a best for 5. 5. Very good.
Latso A, nice and gentle. And nice and friendly patted towards the mid-wicket boundary. Love to have seen some aggression with that full toss. Just show the Indians that we're still in the game here. We want to play. Nicely patted back to the bowler. Big swing. Only goes as far as 5 meters. Got that totally wrong. Looking for the quick single this time. He's gonna get there comfortably. Just walking around.
Come on, Hoods!
In the Indian staff, I saw the legendary Rahul Dravid. To be worth Afghanistan batsman's while to just take that man out for coffee. Surely we'll learn a lot from that session.
Have a word. Info, that's what these guys are here for. And just like that, another over is gone. Score 1, 2, 3 for 5 after 33 overs.
Most concerning part is the first set there where number of dot balls, 137 dot balls, 42 singles. They need to get that first column right.
Yeah, you're right. In almost 200 deliveries faced, they only got a small amount of singles.
Pulled towards the deep square leg. 4-4, a rare boundary from the Afghanistan. Naib, he moves on to 14. He's faced plenty balls though. He needs a lot more of those. Still 101 balls left. 196 on the board. They're going to struggle to get anywhere close. Comes down the wicket this time. Doesn't have a problem launching that one over deep mid-wicket for a massive 6.
Jeep's woken up. It's 2 boundaries in succession. A massive 6. Massive comes down the wicket. Over deep mid wicket. The balls come back. Massive strike. Looks like he's woken up.
I think he's woken up a lot of people around this ground. How fantastic would it be if he just carried on? Just carry on. And he plays that one textbook style. Oh, played a miss. Very close to the bat. Struggling for room. Try to give himself some room. Very fortunate that would not have taken the edge on its way to the keeper. Still 2 balls to go in this over. Short again on this occasion. We're going to be singing the same song here, Johan. They've just played first 2 balls, 4, 6, and then dot, dot, dot. Backs away this time around, and then he puts it away through cover point for a magnificent square cut for 4 runs to finish the over. And Afghanistan move on to 137 for 5 after 34 overs.
Much better that. 14 runs of that over. The 2 boundaries and the 6. Looks like the players and the umpires will be having a quick drink. You see, 14 runs in that over.
That's what we like to see. The future of cricket. Young boys coming to watch some good cricket. It's not quite the most warmest of days, but they're out here. Next, Quinton de Kock in the making. Gloves on. Late lunch. Back to the cricket. Quick one, he's running hard. He's looking to come back, he's been sent back. Good throw over the top. Wise decision.
Yeah, as he hit it, the call was for 2. Really good fielding, quick off the boundary. Really good arm. 1 bounce to the keeper.
Backs away. Good fielding. Looking to give himself a lot of room there. Naib stands on 24.
All matches are here now. Yeah. Cheers.
184 runs to win. 93 balls. Sent back on this occasion.
समझ गया
Just worked off the legs for another single. Huda coming around the wicket. Running quite straight lines. I'd like to see him come over. See if he can get something through the gate, maybe. room again. Just doesn't seem to get that through the gap. Just like that, another over is gone. That's the end of the 35th. Afghanistan, mere 140 for 5.
That's how the day started out. India posting a massive score of 322, losing 5 wickets. Star of the show was the captain, managed Pandya, 87 of 88 balls. Well supported by Pant on 60 after 59 balls, and Pandya 47. Afghanistan just struggled to convert all of the top order batsmen, getting some sort of a start. But as a matter of fact, just struggling. He's sent back on the stab.
And back.
Comfortably. Good fielding. Good backing up.
Backing up. You feel there's a chance for a run out here. Oxford back into the attack. He's bowled 4 overs, only gone for 8.
Late call. Safely in though. Good fielding. Good to see India still throwing themselves around. Although the game is looking like dead rubber at the moment, but they're still trying to do the basics right. Quick cut delivery. Lots of air on that occasion. XR bowling is at 4 overs, is only gone for 10 thus far. Hit the stumps. But safely in.
Oxford has bowled really nicely, but he's been allowed to bowl like this. Changes his pace. He's never been put under pressure today, so it always helps. He's been allowed to change pace. Full one. Just worked on the leg side. Only for a single. And came off the pad. So only a leg by. That's the end of the over. Change of voice. Next in is Claire van Wyk. And also Quibus with you.
As we have a look at the Afghanistan A scorecard, a lot of starts there, a lot of 20s, 26 not out of 43 balls. It's really important as a player here, you almost discover what is left in the tank here. You've got to give this a go, got to try and get close towards a bonus point loss at least. So let's see Shafiq hopefully take the play here and Ajib to the Indian bowlers.
Yeah, I also feel the Indian captain and the Indian coach will also look who of his bowlers got the ability to close the game here and get these last 5 wickets. So there's still a lot to play for here, but a pride also to play for. And definitely to challenge himself to make sure that they're ready for that final. It's always nice to get into a final. It's always nice to compete for a trophy. So let's see what happens in the next 14 hours we've got left of today's game.
Six fielders inside the boundary rope here, and a definite ploy of short bowling by the looks that they'll employ here. He cuts it out to deep point. Didn't get the whole of the bat, more toe end of bat, but I actually really like this ploy.
Yeah, it's a good ploy to see what Afghanistan batters got against that. I just feel the line was a little bit poor there, a little bit too wide and too much room outside the off stump. But I agree with you. Anyway, to be proactive to try and get a wicket at this time is definitely the right decision.
Well stopped by the deep slip. Just the slowness and the softness of the ball at this time of the day. Not quite carrying. Also just see the effect the short ball has had on him, already sitting back on his back foot expecting another short one. I think it's really important as a bowler here you mix it up between a really good short ball and hitting the top of that off bail.
What we always also seen of the Afghanistan bowlers, they were very one-dimensional, very predictable. And if you look at Tumpy here, he came around the wicket for Najib and he came over the wicket now again, so it just shows got a bit of variety.
Short again, just pushed into the cover and they scamper through for one. I think it's really important guys like cover and mid-off can be nice and tight. Realistically, balls won't go that way with the length they're looking to bowl, just to ensure that they keep Najib on strike, who they've targeted with the short ball. Another good length delivery. The dots building in this innings. Be very interesting to see, out of all the deliveries bowled today, what percentage of balls were dot balls. I think they've lacked both in boundary areas but also lacked in those dot balls. It's definitely an area of improvement if the Afghanistan want to analyse their performance thus far. Their scoring options, their pools of runs, and there we have it. You can see out of all those balls, 147 dot balls, which is a massive amount. You pair that up with only 12 fours and 5 sixes, there are not a lot of scoring shots in between. Oh, he goes down on one knee, gets a top edge over the keeper for 4.
Yeah, that's a very good point you made there, Greer. If you look at 147 dot balls, 150 dot balls is the half of the innings, 25 overs out of the window there. So that's a massive way that they can improve, and that's both two things. Firstly, I think the Afghanistan batters are limited in their strike rotation, but then again, the Indian bowlers have been very, very good.
Yes, nice and heavy delivery, nice and short and quick into the rib area. Clearly upset about that heavy swing he had. It went over the keeper. The completion of the 37th over, Afghanistan 151 for 5. Akshay Patel back into the attack. And they scamper through for another one as the ball falters out to long off. This one pushed through slightly quicker and flatter, slightly more round arm.
Very good single there. Early call there, nice and soft hands into the gap there. Akshar can be very happy with his work so far today. 5.3 overs, 1 for 13. He didn't give any bad balls away so far. So let's see if he can pick up his second wicket here.
We saw in the South African A game, Najib targeting long on and cow boundary, deep mid wicket, especially against the left arm spinner. Oh, just a nice little deft touch. Past the vacant slip area as fielder comes around and saves two. Some tidy fielding in the late afternoon here by the Indian side.
What impressed me today about the Indian side is how they field off the ball. If you look at how the other guys react when the ball went down to the third man boundary there, the rest of the boys reacted to get into good positions in terms of backing up and moving off the ball.
Much quicker and wide, gets away with it. Another good over by Akshar Patel. Afghanistan 154 for 5 after 38 overs.
Leaves us with 72 balls and Afghanistan A need another 169 runs. As you said, Kriya, the only way we can get there, hopefully to play for that losing bonus point. Look at the bowling spell there, Indian A bowler so far. The spinners has been very good, not going for a lot of runs. And the peak of the bowler so far, Siraj 2 for 29 of his 6 and Shankar 2 for 21 of his 6. But all of them very good so far.
Very good delivery. Najib most definitely looking to sit back, expecting that short ball here from Tumpy. So far he's kept it up his sleeve mostly, but it's always in the back of your mind as a batsman, when is he going to use that short ball?
Yeah, he's bowling with good pace here late afternoon, the winter's afternoon. That's always good to see that he still got that to come in. And there you can see straight away he changed his line of attack. He's going to come round the wicket to the left-handed batter. Took the gully across to mid-wicket. So he definitely looked to attack a little bit straight here.
And he nudges one down to third man, exactly where that sort of fine gully wide slip was. But nonetheless, just keeping the batsman guessing. Will he go short? Will he go full? This one short, straight up into the air. Captain Pandya under it, who completes the catch. That sees the end of Shafiq.
Yeah, it's a good ploy here. They get it nice and high, the short balls. The second one we see exactly the same way of this missile, where the short ball works to good effect, hits him high on the bat and straight to mid-on.
Very good, where they initially set the field for Najib for the short bowling. This time it works on Shafiq. Shafiqullah Shafiq departs for 22 of 29 deliveries. The incoming batsman for the Afghanistan A side is Sharafuddin Ashraf. age 22 and a left-handed batsman. Also, have a look at his list A career. High score 39 not out with a mountain to climb.
Yeah, very good left-arm spinner. He would like to up his averages and his runs in terms of the batting department to give himself a better opportunity to contribute in both aspects of the game. If you look at the modern one-day game in 2020, the more guys can contribute with 20 to 30 runs in an innings, it becomes a very crucial part of your team.
Good energy here by Tumpy. Really charging in with great intent and aggression. Looking to pick up a few wickets for him and his side.
Yeah, it's always good to see as soon as a fast bowler gets a wicket, they find some sort of extra energy the next couple of balls. Now they're running a little bit harder with a bit more intent. So he's definitely smelling a little bit of blood here, and hopefully he can get a couple more wickets.
Cobus, we've had the opportunity of seeing all three sides in action. I think it's quite evident to say that the matchup between South Africa and India on Thursday will be a very good one. How have you assessed the standard of cricket thus far?
Yeah, I fully agree. India A and South Africa are definitely the two standout sides. What I'm very impressed with at the moment is India seam bowlers' aggression and their accuracy. They bowl with very good control and very good skill. At this point in time, I think the spinners, there's not much in it. Both teams got very good spinners. And then what I was impressed with the two guys who played a bit of international cricket, and Reza Hendricks and Manish Pandey to take the score and to score big runs. As far as standard of the cricket, I think it's a very good learning curve for Afghanistan A to see where they are and what they need to do to get to the next level. And it's brilliant to see that the guys are exploiting them at this area.
Just to have a look at again at Shafiq's wicket. A heavy short delivery, and he gets the splice end of the bat, where Captain Manish Pandey is under it and completes a very fine catch. Just another wicket down, unfortunately, for Afghanistan A, as Akshar Patel looks to continue this next over. Be very interesting to see Akshar Patel also looking to rush the batsman. He really gets through his over in no time.
Yeah, it was the same line of attack when Aaron Pangisa bowled for him Sunday with a little bit slower pace, and he really took him over that wide mid-wicket area where the pace here and the length he's bowling is hard to get underneath.
Yes, he's completed half an over with 3 balls in 30 seconds. That's incredible.
That's not out.
You see, that's my only concern of the line of attack there. He just takes the LBW completely out of the equation. But then again, he's going for no runs, and as you said, he's going to bowl it over within a minute.
Oh, this one just sliding down leg. I'm not sure if he managed just to get a touch of pad to save him from collecting a wide. Yes.
Right it come.
Oh, slightly untidy there by the Indian captain. But that over completed in 70 seconds, which is really rushing through the overs. It's also another tactic to force a batsman into not gathering his forwards in between balls. Also normally create chances when you're not quite as switched on as a batsman.
Yeah, and I like that a lot, that ploy, because it just gives you a little bit more time to the back end of the inning. Sometimes people rush. Here we can see the match summary. India's 322 for 5 sitting pretty with Banish Panda's 87. Afghanistan at the recent time 156 for 6 after 40 overs, still requiring another 167 of 60 balls. Najib still there on 33 not out, and the peak of the bowler so far Shankar and Siraj with 2 wickets apiece.
Oh, aerial through a vacant straight point area. You can definitely see how it's in the back of his mind. Not too keen on getting onto that front foot. He knows Tumpy has got a quickish delivery which has rushed most of the batters today. He's not looking forward to getting onto that front foot, Najib.
Won't mind seeing a short ball to Sharaf now, yeah, just to test him. Hasn't faced a lot of balls yet.
Yes, I still think it's worth having a little bit of an in-out field here. Even if they test Sharaf with some short deliveries, even if you have to take mid-wicket out, put him in a short leg and get a gully in, you still have your fielders patrolling the ropes, but just to create something different within the game here. Look to create more opportunities and just some outside-the-box thinking. They've got a deep square leg and fine leg to protect the short ball boundaries, so you test both his attack and his defence.
Yeah, for sure, they won't get the runs, but if you can create 2 or 3 more options of getting a wicket, it just makes more sense.
Good short ball. It looks like he bowls his short ball across the seam as well. Just slightly grips into the wicket a little bit more when it hits that seam. When it hits the shiny side, it skids through it a little bit more. On that occasion, it hit the seam and just held up in the wicket slightly.
Very good pace and a good line of attacking there. The ball went to mid on there. Just shows you anything on the stumps is very hard to get some runs off. Anything off the stumps, easy to free hands. And been very accurate and very good bowling by the Indian bowlers.
Come on, yaar. It's a day's match. Come on, by 4 day. Come on, lad. Come on, Thumpy, 4 day. चलो 4 दिन में बना रहे 300 यार चलो Thumpy.
As we see Tumpy run in, this one seam up. You can almost hear the ball fizz past Sharaf.
5 day में 4 में नहीं बन पाएंगे. चलो तगड़े हो गए.
India employing the tactics of carrying an extra fielder inside the 30-yard circle. As we all know, in the last power play, which is between over 40 and 50, you can have 5 fielders on the boundary. Just looking to create a false stroke here by having the extra man up in the ring.
Pressure on है. 300 रन बनाने भैया. ऐसे नहीं बनते. है ना शंकर जी?
That completes the 41st over. Afghanistan a 157 for 6.
40 हो गई ना? हाँ? गुस्सा तो मैं दिला रहा हूँ. है भाई? है भाई? चलो नाजिब भाई.
Shray, come on, Shray.
Aksar Patel to continue. Here we can see the fall of wickets. The last wicket, 955 for 6. Not a lot have happened since then. A bit of a quiet period here in the game. 9 overs to go.
This time he targets and it flies way over the pavilion here. A wonderful shot by Najib. And as we saw in the South Africa A game against Afghanistan, a preferred area of his. He hits the ball incredibly sweet when the ball's spinning into him. I think even more reason for them to reconsider the line he's bowling here. To come over the wicket, throw it into that rough. Because at the moment it's bowling straight into that very strong arc of Najib. As we see him here, he advances down the wicket and a little short arm jab, and the ball flies way over the brand new pavilion.
Yeah, nice quick feed there. You can see it's quite a big hit onto the new pavilion here, the Tuks Oval. And it just showed you how quickly he got into position there, and that's a massive advantage of shorter batsmen. But able to move late, but move quite quickly to get themselves in a ready position to hit.
I really think it's worth considering a guy like Najib in the two matches that we followed. He's actually performed quite nicely. Maybe worth an option, especially when they're chasing big totals, of getting him up the order a little bit earlier. We've seen spin being introduced in both games very early. He becomes a real option. Give him as many balls as possible to attack, to possibly gain momentum for his side. But I've been really impressed with his ball striking ability. As we keep mentioning though, around that ball striking ability, that he develops a game where he can get off strike. But I've been really impressed with how he's attacked the spin.
Yeah, you summed it up very well there. He's definitely accomplished against the slower bowlers, and he does have the ability to hit serious boundaries. And I think as time goes on and they work with some batting consultants there, and just to find a way of how to build innings, I think that's the biggest thing for them now, is all of them got the serious ability of ball striking to hit boundaries. But innings and the way you build innings around singles and around getting off strike is very important for them to grow, to go to the next level. Another thing that I worried about a little bit is both games they won the toss and they bowled first. And from my point of view, that's a little bit of a negative up front. They're sort of scared to make the game too quickly and take the bull by the horn and bat first and set up a big score.
This time he plays a nice cover drive. There's a comeback for an easy two.
Ja, så är det då. No, får det kan ner.
Slightly quicker pace. This time he's not able to come down the wicket to get under the ball. As Aksha adapts, of course Aksha has shown what a clever T20 bowler he is as well. Just dragging his length back, which forces the ball square. He knows Najib is looking to hit him straight down the ground, and he's adapted by just bowling a shorter and quicker pace, which forces the ball to either deep square leg, deep mid wicket, or point boundary.
It's a very good over for the Afghanistan batters here. You can just see that positive intent. The first 6 early doors, first ball of the over, just made Patel had to change his attack here and bowl different balls here. Straight away, it gives the batters more option to score. Already it's been quite an impressive over of 9 runs of it.
That's the over.
Aksha completes his 8th over. Afghanistan 167 for 6 after 42.
Hello. क्या कर रहा हो?
The Afghanistan worm, unfortunately way below the Indian worm, just almost digging a hole for themselves a little bit. Almost would not have minded to see more white eggs in pursuit of keeping their run rate a little bit higher. And even if you look at the comparison scores at certain times, you know, India A have been well ahead, and it's mostly to the fact that they've had batters who got starts, got themselves in and went on. So let's hope for a big upturn here in these final 8 overs.
Quite a long spell here by Tampi coming back from the HPC end.
Yes, he's shown good fitness. I haven't seen him drop off in pace. Even during this long spell, he's stayed consistent. And that's always encouraging. As a fast bowler or a seam bowler, you want to ensure your pace is up all the way from your first to your 8th over. It's most important to still be able to bowl quick in the afternoon, just like it is in the mornings or when your first spell. And he's really kept that up nicely.
Yeah, that's true. It just shows a guy can go to the next level and be able to bowl the same pace in the 10th over, 30th over, all right at the back end of the innings. And it just shows that he's a mature bowler. Very good line again there. If we just take back us to that Worms and that partnership with the India side, what they've created there is they create partnership regularly, and that's a nice thing to have. Sometimes when you lose 2 wickets after one another. You create two new batters by the wicket, and then the rebuilding phase is a lot harder. Where India were very good today. As soon as they lost the wicket, the two batters got together and they started a new partnership every single time, and that allowed them to have momentum into the last couple of overs to amass a big score.
Thick outside edge down to third man.
Come on, boys. 8 more over. Come on, Sam.
You also look at the Indian side here, Curvis. You've got two very important players not playing today for them. Sanju Samson, who's a very dynamic top order batter.
No.
As well as their very skillful leg spin or wrist spin bowler, Chahal. So they've got a lot of depth and a lot of quality we've missed out today. And it really sets up a very exciting game on Thursday when they take on the hosts, South Africa A. Once again here at Assupol Tuks Oval. Really exciting time in a match that would be really worth watching.
Yeah, that's for sure. You mentioned two massive names there who had very good IPL campaigns this year, and it just shows you in what good position India cricket find themselves at the moment for them not to be able to make the national side.
Look like they change up once again here by Tumpy, where he just rolls his fingers over it. Almost hear the ball fizz out of his hand. And this time, just a short arm jab by Sharaf down to third man, who takes him to 2 of 12 balls.
Yeah, hopefully we can get a few more spectators on Thursday, because it's definitely good for the kids to come out and see the quality of cricket here at the back end of the South African winter. And it's two sides with at least 5 or 6 players per side who played for the national sides already in their careers. So it's good cricket and a high quality of cricket at the same time.
In the air, the fielder mid-wicket probably slightly square, but a chance of a run out as well if there's a direct hit. My goodness, and it's all happening. This time Najib was just chipping it through that straight mid-wicket area. Not a fielder in place. Just to have a look at it again, that head falling towards cover, chips it just head height through that deep mid-wicket area. Unlucky not to go to hand for the Indian A side.
Got a bowling change here from the University of Pretoria end. Number 13, Mohammed Siraj, going to come back for another spell. He's currently on 2 for 29 after 6, so he had a good day's work so far. So let's see how he can come back.
Real loosener by Siraj. Probably would have been a good couple of hours before he bowled, before he took the new ball for India, eh? Just a slightly slow loosener there to Najib, who didn't capitalise on a slow wide one.
Yeah, very similar to his first ball. He bowled the second over today, and then the second one he bowled down leg and got a wicket, caught fine leg. It just looks like his run-up can have a bit of work, but he got a very quick arm and he created nice pace from the wicket.
Oh, once again, not sure if it was a slower ball or if he lost his run-up a little bit, but this time he just chips it into cover.
Ball now coming back over the wicket.
Looks for the Yorker but gets it wrong. Batsman Sharaf just squeezes it out to point or slices it out to point where he does the fielding. I think it's very important when you look at, as a batsman, you've got to ask yourself, and as well as a team, what can we do more to get something really productive out of the situation? If you set a small target for yourself as a player or as a team, just to ensure that that learning process keeps working. You don't just want to play out the next 7 or 6 overs without a plan. Just set yourself some small goals, targets as a team and as an individual of what you still want to get out of this.
Yeah, especially to find a balance. I just feel like Sunday against South Africa, they just fall away to the back end and they just slogged a couple of balls in the end. It was the end. And today they're super defensive again. Just to find a middle way, as you rightly said, get a smaller target and play towards that.
There we go, nice intent shown. Beautiful lofted drive for Sharaf. Oh. That's good. Nice and positive intent shown by Sharaf. Yes, absolutely. There's no such thing as a friendly match or as a match where things don't count. There's always an opportunity to achieve or do something special in the game, and that's what these two have been presented with. This time short as he just fends it down to third man. Seems to have picked up an injury with this as he hops through to the non-striker's end.
That's the over.
And that's the over bowled, 177 for 6 after 44. To replace the A team, Johnny Davids, Johan van der Walt.
Thank you, Creer. Yeah, that is not going to happen. That I can guarantee anyone who knows and understands cricket. Afghanistan A need 146 runs. 36 balls, that's 6 overs. Score at the moment 177 for 6. Well, there is some kind of injury happening at the moment. One just wonders, and Johan van der Walt with me for the last half an hour or so, the last 6 overs, and one just wonders the approach of the Afghanistan team. Why would they still have this kind of approach? Is it just for personal gain? A guy like Najib on 45, just playing for your own averages? And on the other hand, I also want to ask another question in terms of India. Will India feel like, why couldn't we bowl these guys out earlier?
Yeah, Johnny. Last session for us, and it's been a little bit painful. There's an injury. Looks like he's done his calf muscle there. And also, with the cloudy conditions, light fading quite quickly. Yeah, to answer your question, difficult one. I think India will argue the way they played, they didn't go for it, so that's one of the reasons why they didn't get to bowl them out. But yeah, it's disappointing to see a game sort of deteriorate like this. You'd rather see them have a go and get bowled out, you know, but so be it. I'm sure they've got something they're playing for in the change room. At this stage, this guy's certainly got a calf strain.
Well, 6 wickets has fell for the team of Afghanistan, and it happened like this. The very first one is Sun, and here we all thought, well, it's going to be an easy game for India. Javed 21, fighting 21, caught by Thakur of Siraj bowling, and then Yunus also fought for that 28 of 36. So not much to shout about when it comes to the batting lineup of India A. This was just a brilliant catch. couple of lusty blows that has been hit on the batsman, but unfortunately one too many for him. And the 6th wicket down for the team of Afghanistan. It seems that the injury woes are, for now, over for Sharaf. Still struggling a bit. So yeah, like you said, it's a tough one to get your head around in terms of the approach of Afghanistan. Quite don't understand why they would have this kind of approach. But be it as it may, they're still there, and they will feel to themselves, will have some kind of moral victory if the strong bowling attack of India can't bowl us out.
Cole back into attack. Johnny, this is quite difficult for a team like India as well. I think he's brought back his strike bowlers. They gotta keep working on their skills. One would like to see maybe work on a few things here. This is a good time for it. A couple of Yorkers, a couple of slow balls, because it will certainly be needed come Thursday and come next Tuesday when they play against a really strong South African outfit.
Come on, boys! Energy, boys!
In the air, over cover for 4.
Really good shot. Beware of the injured Afghanistan batter. Gives himself room and frees his arms. Go over extra cover. Gets 4.
Yeah, much say. Yes, much.
Now, like you said, Johan, it's all over for the team of Afghanistan in this try series, the 8-try series. Only thing they can take out of this match is just pride, some kind of pride, one hope.
Yeah, we would hope to see when they come along on Saturday, play South Africa. They've got their plans and executions sorted out. Short. Dabbed it back down to third man. Yeah, you'd like to see them learn something out of these situations and come Saturday, play obviously another strong outfit in South Africa. They've taken something at least out of it. Make sure their plans and their skills, they can up it a notch. Because we've certainly seen a few of the guys that has got skills and can clear the boundaries. But I think the overall game plan, not there yet.
Just nudge it down to third man for a single.
Come on, यार धीरे पड़ रहे हो. Last के 5 ओवर बचे हैं, चलो यार effort लगाओ यार boys.
Yeah, there's been no hiding place in this series for the team of Afghanistan A. And like you rightfully mentioned, it's a good learning curve for a team like this. The exposure that they get in a series like this against strong opposition. That is high up, but safe. One bounce over the boundary for 4.
Roth opening his shoulders. Second boundary over the covers. It brings us to the end of the 45th over. The score moves up to 187 for 6.
Yeah, it's been that kind of day in Pretoria as well. In terms of the weather. Just had one big over for Afghanistan. They had 33rd or 34th over for them.
4 minutes up.
But apart from that, nothing much to write home about. Just been there and thereabout in terms of the runs. A wicket that fell in the very first over after that. Not too much success for India in the wicket column. Pandya can start his 7th over, 0 for 27.
Sort of nudged into the offside. We've got a injured Sharaf, so won't be a lot of quick singles. Pandya has been really impressive today, he's not amongst the wickets yet, but he's bowled well. India, on the other hand, will be happy with it with this turnout today.
Yeah, Sharaf is really struggling with that calf injury. Yeah, a bit of batting practice out in the middle. In no hurry whatsoever to chase down that runs. That actually happened from the start. There was a point in time during their innings that it looks like they are going for it, hovering here about 4.5, almost 5 per over. That's not going to help them or Sharaf. 190 for 6 after 46 overs.
I think at this stage both teams just want to see that overs get to the 50 mark, get it over and done with. As you see the match summary, Afghanistan, a lot of starts. Najib on 48 of 70, got a lot of starts. One feels never up to the rate. India A, they've had a great first 50 overs. Pandya 87 of 88, he played a really good captain's knock. With a lot of guys chipping in with a few cameos. Pant was very good.
Pandya.
No.
Now that. Oh!
Shy.
How was that?
Well, the umpire immediately said no. He was quite confident. Now the bowler is wrong. It must be Kahul that's bowling now. How close was that? The replay will tell us.
Very close, one feel. Maybe too close to call. Maybe the right decision by the umpire. Short tab down to third man. It's one thing, Johnny, the umpires have been very good today. Very good to see. Obviously there's no referrals here, so all decisions has to be made, and we can laud them. They've been really good, consistent.
चलो ना यार जल्दी डालो लड़ रहे हो
Work for the third man, just a single.
We've seen India's bowlers try and go halfway down the track, bowl a few short ones. wicket has slowed down quite considerably during the day. The ball has gone soft. Hard work to get it up to shoulder height.
अरे चलो इधर से यार
Keep it on the ground. Feel that square leg, restricted to just a single. And that's his 50. Well, model victory for Najib. Now, apart from that knock of 50, nothing much to shout about for the Afghanistan team. They were totally outplayed today by a strong India A side. Just a fielding change. Guy from the square leg now brought into the circle. That one is in the air, play underneath him, and what a catch! Excellent wicket here towards the end of the innings of Afghanistan.
Really good catch. Short delivery once again. Pulled into mid-wicket. And India has kept their standards. He has to make a lot of yards to his right. At the end of the day, really a good catch. As we look at it, short. Pulled away. Still a lot of work to do. Running catch. Very good, India. They've been impressive in the field today, catching and also ground fielding. It's the end of Ashraf. He's gone for 20.
Yeah, and the other thing for Afghanistan, that the injured batsman is still there. Or was it him that's out? Yeah. Just confirming that with Johan. Mohammad Nawaz, 32 years of age, this new batsman. He thought he was off the mark the very first delivery that he faced. And of successful over for India, 193 for 7.
3 overs to go. As we see a change of bowling.
Change ball. That's coming around. Right on, coming around the wicket.
Umpire just informs the batsman that the bowler is coming around the wicket towards him. Two fielders on the offside, 3 fielders on the offside in the circle, just the one on the onside. That one is going for 4. Good over, good start to the over rather.
Trying to go for the full Yorker. Just got his line wrong a little bit. Flicked it deep backward square for 4.
Oh, another good delivery. Easy single. Now the plan is to bowl, get in that Yorkers.
Johnny, now's a good time to have a bit of a practice. You always say middle practice is always better than any net you can have. I mean, India and Afghanistan know they can't win Afghanistan can't win, but a good time to practice those Yorkers.
This one is up in the air. It's going to be safe. Is it going to reach the boundary? No. 2 runs added to the tally of Afghanistan A. Nothing much they can do. 200 on the scoreboard for Afghanistan A. This one is also high up in the air. There's a play underneath it, and what a catch! The 8th wicket down for Afghanistan A. And Siraj with another wicket to his name.
Again, India keeping the standards. They've been superb in the field, catching, and also ground fielding. And Siraj gets a well-deserved 2nd wicket. Big slog, and he managed to find it outside edge, high in the air. The 3rd man to dive in forward eventually, but very good catch. 8th wicket down. Johnny, they might still bowl them out.
Yeah, it seems that I have to swallow my words.
Thank you, gentlemen.
That would be a positive for India, you know, India A to bowl them out. You always feel when you bowl a side out in 50 overs, your bowling unit's done a real good job, even though Afghanistan is batted in such a manner, but it's always feather in the cap for your bowling unit. And today as well, for the fielders, it's been very good.
Farid Ahmad, he's the new batsman, 22 years of age. This one is also high up in the air. It's going to be safe for a maximum. He's the guy that's in. Najib now moves on to 61.
Really good straight over the bowler's head. Najib has shown today he can find the boundary at will. He's moved to 61 of 76. Certainly a clean striker of the ball.
That's also going to be safe for a single. End of the over. 206 for 8. 12 deliveries left in this game. There was a brief moment there, Johan, where we felt when that worms came together that Afghanistan A is in with a chance, but after that, well, that tells the story. Now, just in time that this game will end as well. I don't think light will allow us for another 15 minutes or so. It's getting really dark now. This one is also high up in the air. It's got to take a great catch. The 9th wicket down for Afghanistan A.
Najib trying his hand at the end of the innings. Maybe should have done it a bit earlier. Afghanistan lose their 9th. Najib has made it 62 78. Just as we said, he can find the boundary at will. He gets this off the bottom of the bat. Really easy catch, long off, and it's Afghanistan 9 down.
Now trying to give himself room, not enough willow on to the thread leather ball. And it's the end of Najib for 62.
Actually, really well bowled by Cole. He was giving himself room, and Hill pushed it across him.
Thank you.
Saw the batter giving himself room, which meant he couldn't get it in the middle. The new batsman, Ibrahim, age of 34.
भाई लेग ले लो आ जाओ
Oh, try the Yorker there.
Yeah, it's what you expect for a number 11 batsman. Full and straight. But well kept out in the end. He's a big guy. It's a long way down there for him. Also got his batting position on his back. Johnny.
No, you don't see that too often. Oh, left that one. How close was that? I reckon very close.
Paint of varnish maybe. Snuck past the off stump. Sometimes you feel a tail ender waiting for the short ball. Sometimes when they see it's up, they just leave it. But Johnny, you get a good leave and a bad leave. It's a good leave. We've seen a couple of bad leaves lately in the South African Test squad.
No, I won't mention names.
Yep.
Of Duplessis.
Won't mention names, but he's the captain of South Africa. Here's the short one, but as we've seen, the wicket is slowed down in the middle. That we spoke earlier about it. That's the feather bed we're talking about. Doesn't come up. It's just nice to bat on.
Two more balls left for Cole in his 9th over. Easy single towards third man.
Off the mark. Just one delivery to go. Can India bowl Afghanistan out? 7 balls to go. They'll be hoping they can. Not that it will make any difference. There's no net run rates and there's only 3 sides in the competition. Tri-series in South Africa. You're at the University of Pretoria. Tuks cricket field.
And no one really in the circle for the bowler. Good way to end off the over with a Yorker. 208 for 9. So just 6 deliveries left in this game. Well, situation of the game. India batted first, 322 for 5. Pandey not out on 87. Pant with a 60 and Pandya 47. Iyer 44. Afghanistan, well, apart from Najib, not much to write home about.
Yeah, at least India will be feeling happy about today. It's a good run around on the outdoors match situation. They'll take a lot out of this game, and they'll be ready come Thursday, playing South Africa, in what is actually, Johnny, a dead rubber, but it won't be, because these two sides always like to get one on each other. So I'm sure it will be a really good game come Thursday.
Oh, almost got his wicket with that first ball. Yeah, and Jan, you would know, Doesn't matter if it's a dead rubber or not, you play for pride.
Yeah, Johnny never believed in dead rubbers. They've played in a few, so to speak, but we always felt there's always something to play for. Not only pride, but a lot of momentum that you take into, let's say, the final or the rest of the season. So, in my eyes, there's nothing like a dead rubber.
Did well to keep that one out for a single. Well, 4 balls left for India to bowl Afghanistan out. Just the 1 wicket standing. High up on the bat.
Interesting choice of shot. These 3 deliveries to come. Tampi has been impressive. Johnny, he's shown that he's got some pace behind him, even though the wicket's really slow. As you say, I think he's a player that we want to look out for in the future.
Oh! Just the wrong line there. If that one was on the wickets, it would have been the end of Afghanistan.
Showing off a lot of skills here. Really good Yorker in the footholds. Even top order batter would have struggled to get it away. So he's showing a lot of skills. We've seen he's got a quick short delivery.
Again, try the Yorker, full delivery. So there is just 1 ball left in this match, with a fairly easy victory for a strong Indian A side. This was that last delivery.
A little bit full on this occasion. One more delivery to go in this match.
Yeah, so they're not going to bowl Afghanistan A out. The team of India, 209 for 9 is where it ends. And Afghanistan, well, 114 runs off 1 ball that they needed. And India A won by 113 runs. A fairly easy victory for the strong Indian team. And now their focus is on South Africa in their next game. And also Afghanistan A. Well, all to play for in the series is still pride that's left for Afghanistan A. Other than that, they're almost on their way home. All eyes on South Africa's next game, which promised to be a thrilling encounter, always is, in South Africa taking on India. In your books, man of the match?
Yeah, handshakes all around. Yeah, there's a couple. India has been really, their bowling has been good, their fielding has been good. But for me, Pandya, captain's knock, I think he set it up for the Indian A side to get to total that Bangladesh never had a chance getting to. So for me, he's played really, really well.
Also a fairly easy victory here for a strong India A team. Batted first this morning, a cold winter's morning here in Pretoria. And this is what transpired of the batting lineup. The only name there is Najib with 62. There was sort of starts for Yunus and Rahmat and Javid, also for Shafiq and Sharaf, but you know, a lot of introspection when it comes to the batting lineup of Afghanistan A. With the ball in hand, they look much better, one must admit. So they ended on 209 for 9. Not much to speak of. The only one there is Sadran and Shafiq with that 57. And also a start for Ashraf and Zadran with that 38.
Bowling figures for India. Kahul, really good, lots of experience there. 2 for 35. 2 maidens. Shiraz has bowled well. He picked up 3. A little bit expensive. Tumpy has been impressive. A lot of pace. Aksa, we know, left arm spinner. He's very good. And wickets for Shanikar. 2 for him. Huda just bowled his 2 overs for 5 runs. And Pandya chipped in with 7 overs. No wickets. Star of the show for me there is Kahul. Bowled really well. And the impressive Tumpy.
So just a summary of what transpired in this game. India A, really, really good victory for them. Yeah, this is the man of the match, Pandey, and you were so right when you said that your man of the match is a Pandey. Almost done, almost time to hook up with Tumisi Makalima, who's gonna do all the interviews and post his presentation for us downstairs. And Dumisani, he's talking to the man of the match.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm here with the man of the match, Manish Pandya. Manish, are you satisfied with your knock today?
Yeah, I think I'm fairly happy. You know, the way we started, there was the plan initially to just get in and, you know, take your time, set inside, and then, you know, play your shots later on. I think that's what we did, and eventually we reached 300 plus, which was a plus for us.
What impressed you the most about the way you batted in the middle session, especially when some of your batsmen came in and then couldn't convert?
What I thought was, as I said, my plan was to just be there for a while and, you know, take my time and look for singles first and then go for boundaries whenever I can. That's what happened, and you know, I thought even a couple of other guys got some good runs. I thought, you know, they had a good start. Unfortunately, you know, some of them are getting too early, but I thought it was an overall good batting performance for us.
You're playing South Africa in 2 out of the 3 games which are left. Are you happy with the way that your team has prepared, especially coming to the backhand of the innings?
Yeah, definitely. You know, today batting was really good. I thought we bowled also really well. It's just about, you know, topping up our game every game we play in, and just keep up the good performance.
Well done again.
Thank you so much. Thanks.
That was man of the match, Manish Pandya, and it's back to you guys at the studio. Rahul, are you impressed today with your team's performance?
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty professional all round. I thought we could have been a little bit better at the batting up front. I thought we got a few opportunities. We gave them too many opportunities. They didn't hold on to them. They dropped a few catches. So a little bit, I think we could have been a little bit better and sharper with the bat. But overall, I thought we got the job done, which is obviously quite important. But lessons to be learned and things we can improve on for Thursday.
You are playing South Africa 2 out of the 3 games which are left. What do you think the most important preparation you're going to focus on since the first time they're the better of you guys?
Yeah, well, I think it was a close game, the first one that we played. I don't think we batted very well in that particular game. So that's definitely something that we want to correct, and we've batted much better after that in the next 2 games. But we know South Africa is a completely different proposition. They've got some quality bowlers as well. So we hope that we can bat much better than we did in the last game. Our bowling's been and fielding's been pretty good in this tournament so far.
How important was your captain's knock today, especially he's the leader of that pack?
Yeah, I think it was. I think it's nice to see someone like Manish bat through the innings. Really important. We know that we've got some really good power hitters at the back, and if people can, if we have somebody that we can bat around, then it really helps us. And Manish is really showing that in all the 3 games now. He's played really well, and if he can bat through for us, then it gives us the opportunity for the other guys to bat around him and play with the positive intent that we know that they can play with. It's nice as well, and I think in tours like this, on A series, on tours like this, I think it's a great learning experience for all the young players, and it's nice to see them putting their hand up and finishing games, and that's what we expect, and that's what we demand from our players.
Absolutely. Thank you for the interview, and good luck for Thursday's game.
Thanks, looking forward to it.
That was Rahul Dravid, the coach of the India A. Thank you for tuning in today's game, and we look forward to seeing you on Thursday. South Africa will take on India.